We are now live. Diana, you may start.
Hello, everybody. My name is Diana Marincu, and I'm extremely happy to welcome you from the part of Art Encounters Foundation to the second day of public talks as part of the Autumn School of Curating, which we are organizing together with Cluj Cultural Center. This is the second edition, and we are extremely proud to have as a course leader, curator Adrian Notz, who will also be moderating today's talks. The New Now Autumn School of Curating is a 10-day online seminar aiming to give young curators access to an international platform of dialogue, knowledge exchange, and learning. These two days of public talks precede the next week of working with the participants who subscribed to this school. We are extremely thankful also to our guests, to the speakers for their interest and involvement. Yesterday we had artists Heba Amin, Carlos Amorales, and Zeng Bo. And today, and of course, Adrian Notz, who actually started this series of talks. And today we will have curators and theorists Ibrahim Nehme, Joanna Warsza, and Tara Lasrado. We will encourage everybody to engage in a dialogue with them, because this is also an opportunity to ask questions and to interact. Just a few words about Art Encounters Foundation. So it's a foundation which started in 2015 with the first edition of the biennial, of Art Encounters Biennial. From 2018, we also have a permanent program of exhibitions, residencies, educational and editorial programs. And we invite you to learn more about what we do on our website. The aim of the foundation is to create a network and a support structure for the local art scene in connection with the international one. And we are extremely happy about Adrian's approach of this topic of the new now, that is proposed for this school, and the connection that he established between all of us, the guest speakers, but also the participants who come from all around the world. I would like to pass on the word to Georgiana now, who is here from the part of Cluj Cultural Center. We will be keeping an eye on your questions on Facebook, and we will try to filter them and to communicate them to the speakers, so that the audience that we have online can also be involved. Enjoy this second day of talks, and remember that for Joanna Warsza's talk, we are all encouraged to go out of our personal or professional space, to go out in the street. So please join us to this walk as well. Georgiana?
Thank you, Diana. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Autumn School of Curating, now, for our second day of public talks. I'm here to welcome you from the part of Cluj Cultural Center, and I must say we are very proud to be exploring such a collaborative model of working together with the Art Encounters Foundation. Our idea and our aim is to develop a professional network active in the field of contemporary art, and this is our collaboration focusing on a second edition of the Autumn School of Curating. Just a few words about Cluj Cultural Center. It is a non-governmental organization with a mission to mobilize culture for social transformation and sustainable development. It has four main different directions of activity, but which are complementary to each other. One of them is Culture Inspires, which focuses on cultural development. A second one is Culture Connects, focusing on community development. Then Culture Works, which aims to engage in urban development, and Culture Matters, that focuses on research and policies. As part of the first line of this first direction of work from Cluj Cultural Center, there is a project called ECCA, European Center for Contemporary Art, which is an institution in the making. So ECCA is part of Cluj Cultural Center, and it shall be an institution dedicated to researching and promoting artistic processes and works in the field of visual, as well as media and performing arts. In preparation for our future arts center, we work on its institutional planning, as well as organize various artistic projects. Since 2017, ECCA has organized many exhibitions, interventions in the public space, film screenings, workshops, and conferences. So as Diana mentioned before, this is a dialogue intended to take part between many curators, young curators, artists, writers, different professionals from contemporary art. And many of them from all over the world have applied for the second edition of the Autumn School of Curating. And 25 of them, 25 best applications were selected. They will take part in this international dialogue, and we thank all of them for applying and for participating. We thank also our speakers from the first day of the public talks, and for the speakers that join us for the second day. I will very quickly go through the schedule for today. So we start at 1 with Ibrahim Nehme, who will present us the possibility of possibility. Then at 2:30, Joanna Warsza will take us on a curatorial presentation in form of a stroll titled "You Will Never Walk Alone." I would like to invite you from the part of Joanna Warsza to step outside and join us in this walk, and remind you that for this it would be necessary to have your Zoom app on your phones. So this invitation is open also to the Facebook audience. Please join us. Then at 4, we meet Tara Lasrado, who will talk to us about the landscapes of unlearning on ecology, care, and community. And now I would like to introduce the course leader of the Autumn School of Curating Now, Adrian Notz. He's a freelance curator, but also king of Elgaland Vargaland and Chevalier de la Tombe de Bakuning. He was director of Cabaret Vortel in Zurich between 2012 and 2019. At first, he worked there as a curatorial assistant from 2004, and between 2006 and 2012, he held the post of co-director. Between 2010 and 2015, he was head of Department of Fine Arts at the Design School of St. Gallen University. Since 2007, Adrian Notz has been a diplomat for the ECCA state, and from 2008 to 2018, he was ambassador of the Kingdom of Elgaland Vargaland for Zurich. He has organized numerous exhibitions, events, actions with international artists, activists, and thinkers. I would will quickly reiterate the invitation for our Facebook audience to leave comments, to leave questions in the comment section of our live stream. Adrian, I leave the floor to you. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you very much, Diana and Georgiana, for this great introduction, and also for the invitation to me, but also to all the participants and speakers to be part of the Autumn School of Curating with the title New Now. Yesterday we had a very intense day, at least for myself, not just the talks, but also all the questions and trying to answer the questions. I rewatched it like 10 times last night and could see that a lot of that I'm really bad in answering questions properly. But also that it was actually a lot of topics that also came up in the discussion, which I think is very nice and very important also for the next week, where we can continue certain topics. One of them will be emphasized today again. We were talking a lot about, like Sengbo said, he would like to spend more time with non-human beings, or Carlos was talking about taking a walk. So today we will actually, as it is like a big thing to actually go for a walk, we will actually go outside. But first, we will start with Ibrahim Nehme, who's joining us from Beirut. And with him, it's a good preparation for the walk, because in his thinking and in his writing and in his actions, the body has always been, let's say, the center part. I'll do it like yesterday, and I'll read first the written biography and add some personal comments. Ibrahim Nehme is a creator, curator, and speaker based in Beirut. His work is a cross-pollination between research, art, and activism, and could be understood as a series of attempts to shift the collective consciousness. In 2012, he founded the Outpost magazine as a printed magazine of possibilities. Its intention was to become a platform through which young Arabs could articulate and disseminate new narratives about who they are and who they could be. Through alternative storytelling, the Outpost imagined and unlocked new futures in the Arab world. I only got to know Ibrahim this year, and only via Zoom. We had one talk together, but also subconsciously, like a lot of other artists, I got to know him already 4 years ago, because I got this magazine, The Outpost, which was focused on possibilities of our body. And over there, as well as this year in another publication, there's like, I think something like a key sentence of what Ibrahim is actually trying to do. And I would like to read this sentence, which popped up a couple of times. Because it will be a revolution from within, fearless, playful, intentional, and mindful. Only then we will be really ready for a change. And this is just the end of an introduction text, and he incorporates this kind of key sentence a couple of times. There were other nice formulations which I enjoyed a lot, reading, like beautiful sentences. We heard about the raising of the frequency of the collective consciousness, also the cross-pollination between journalism, activism, and artistic expression, and which is maybe a very crucial question for our course, and inspired me a little bit to talk about different topics and methods, is building right media channels that reach the right people and create the right impact. So I am very happy that we have Ibrahim here to answer all these questions, to give us his, share his wisdom with us. Maybe one last point, we might say that his working is always happens like a presidential, how do you say, period. So from 2008 to 2012, he was in advertising, so outside of the art and writing world, but that shifted him a little bit towards writing. From 2012 to 2016, he was chief editor, I think one can say, from the Outpost. It was, I think, 8 magazines that appeared in that time. And from 2016 till today, he has been, as I said before, trying to explore different kind of channels, media channels, but also trying to see how he can work with the archive that was actually created with the Outpost. So with no further ado, I invite Ibrahim now to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian, for this wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone. It's so good to be here, and it's so good to see your faces. Usually when I'm doing like talks like this, everyone is hidden behind the camera. So it's nice to see you all. And thanks for having me. I'm really glad to be here. So I decided today, because I think like what Adrian touched upon are very like complex and broad topics, which probably would take us a lot of time to discuss. So what I thought would be best is to take you through three projects I've done since 2012, which is a year that I feel the world seems to have begun spinning on a different axis, and like some phenomenal changes began that year, from the Arab Spring in this part of the world to other springs in other parts of the world. But I want to start, so I'm going to share my screen, and I want to start with a poem I wrote on a dance floor. I basically, for some weird reason, I can only write poetry when I'm dancing, which means that I haven't written anything in a year because all the clubs are closed, and also because there was an explosion here in Beirut a few months ago and I injured my foot, so I haven't been dancing, but I haven't been writing poetry. But there's this line from this poem that I want to share with you. Where is it here? Do you guys see?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay, so it goes, what if this line could start a movement? And I find that this particular line really captures the essence of my practice, in the sense that what I try to do is kind of build those platforms that could tap into the zeitgeist and capture the energy of the zeitgeist, but then use this energy as a force to bring about positive change in the communities or in the societies we exist within. I'm really interested in how alternative attempts in storytelling, like how can those murmurs and currents which we initiate and which we tap into, how can those become conversations that eventually shift the discourse and transform culture along the way? So I'm very interested in that, in the movement of ideas, in the movement of narratives from the margin to the mainstream, and the impact of this movement on popular culture. So I would like to start with a project I began in 2012. As Adrian mentioned, a magazine called The Outpost, and it started at the height of the Arab Spring, when there was so much potential and possibilities sweeping across the region. And I decided to start this publication to kind of capture this energy, but also to create a platform for young people to articulate, to produce a different language, because I feel that whenever someone speaks about the Arab world, especially people in the West, or even a lot of people here, when they talk about themselves, there's this defeatist language that is prominent in the conversation. And I feel that this kind of sets us back every time we talk about ourselves and try to imagine new possibilities for ourselves, because it's always in the background, and it's somehow, it feels as this barrier that's so hard to overcome, that we have been defeated, we have suffered so much trauma and disaster, and this kind of history trails us and holds us back. So the intention behind the magazine was to create a different language, a different narrative through which we could articulate our desires, our potentials, our visions for a new future. So this is a map we invented for the Arab world, which kind of trespasses man-made borders. So basically what we did is we took different parts of the Arab region, and those parts that hold so much potential, and we kind of stitched them together to create this whole new map where people can cross easily from one part to another, where they could collaborate and communicate with so much ease. And this kind of map obviously is in stark contrast to the existing reality. I, for example, find it so much easier to go to Europe than to go to another Arab country where I need so many visas and border checks and crazy shit like that. So this was a map that we created for our very first issue. And then we commissioned illustrator Joanna Warsza to create a poster for this new place. And then we ran the story as the cover story. So this was our first issue, which holds the title of my talk today as well, The Possibility of Possibility. And then how a pair of scissors took us from Beirut to Jerusalem. As you know, the border between Lebanon and Palestine, between Beirut and Jerusalem, is closed because we're at war. So you can't cross. But with our new map, we kind of trespassed those boundaries and kind of invented our own reality, or our own vision of a potential reality. And then, so as Adrian also said, The Outpost is a magazine of possibilities. And I think this kind of gives away what the magazine is about. It's forward looking. It's very much about the potentials and how we can excavate new ideas for new futures. It's very much about trying to tap into a conversation around Arab futurism and imagining new visions for that, to be part of that conversation. So every issue we kind of, every issue changes completely in terms of design and in terms of theme, but what doesn't change is this, what you're seeing in front of you, like the flag and the logo and the subtitle, but also the 3 sections. So there's what's happening, what's not happening, and what could happen, which I also think are pretty clear. But that's kind of the division through which we navigate our editorial agenda, if you will. So going back to this map that we created and we published, then what we did is our creative director at the time, Rafat Majzoub, he wrote a little novel that takes place in that alternative city that we imagined. And then he used characters, he used people we interviewed and profiled in the first issue as characters in the novel. And in that novel, the characters meet you know, they meet transcending all those borders that usually exist in real life. And then we published the novel as a supplement. It was more of a novella that we published as a supplement in the magazine. One of these characters and one of these people profiled is Mashroua Layla, a band that was created in 2009 in one of the university campuses at the American University in Beirut. And they somehow quickly rose to notoriety because I mean, their frontman pictured here, Hamid Sinno, is an openly gay person, and his music, which he writes, kind of depicts captures like an alternative reality that exists, but it doesn't really, it's not really visible on a mainstream or through the mainstream gaze or through the mainstream platform that capture kind of the mainstream discourse. So through his voice, he kind of articulated the desires and the fears of a large group of marginalized people, which kind of adopted the band as their own, and they helped them grow in the next years. Until in 2012, this band was asked by Baalbek Festival, which is one of the most prominent festivals here in the region. I would even say, like Miles Davis, Nina Simone, Kulthum, they all played here. And then suddenly this band was asked to play there, and we knew about the story before it broke in the media, and we knew it's gonna cause like quite a stir, because this was a band kind of standing for a lot of things like the general society disagrees with, that is being given a platform, such a prominent platform, to tell their story. So we felt that this is something historic in a way. You know, it's kind of shaking the grounds in such a powerful way. So we decided to send a writer 6 months before the news broke, before they went on stage. And the writer Yeva, she shadowed them for 6 months. So she went to the rehearsals, she traveled with them, she lived with them. She spent so much time with them as they prepared on their journey of basically taking the stage, to eventually take the stage in Baalbek. And what turned out of this experience was a really long piece that kind of obviously talks about captures the momentum of their journey, but also talks about, you know, what does this mean to us as young people living here, as the young people who in many ways don't have spaces to exist or don't have spaces to tell our own story. So what does this mean to us, and what are the potential implications of this? So this was one of our first feature stories, and it was also an attempt to experiment with new ways of doing journalism. Like, what could happen if I send this writer to just spend time with the band instead of just going there and asking them questions over 1 or 2 times. This was another story in the issue, which basically like started with a simple question, which is, what if more people, like what could happen to our communities and societies at large if more people started dancing? This was our second issue, and it was very much about, like, we took movement as a theme, like how do movements start and become a thing, and then they grow and they have an impact. but also like how do ideas move and what kind of cultures emerge as these ideas move, and what happens when people move and migrate, and what kind of cultures they take with them, and how do cultures eventually end up morphing with each other and creating something new. Like it was very much about movement as a concept, and we kind of stretched it out in so many different directions under this bigger umbrella of like moving forward. So it became about the possibility of moving forward. And we also experimented with different story formats. So in this story, we sent a bunch of writers in different Arab cities to spend the whole day on one form of public transport. So here, Sami went on the bus, the public bus in Beirut, which is very, very, very slow. Like it's ridiculously slow, but it's the only option. So people take it and they traverse the city with it, going to work and just like going about, but it takes ages. So he spent the whole day there, just going from one end of the city to another and back and like back, but it's so slow. So he did, I think, like 3 times. And then we sent a photographer with him to capture the mood. But basically what he did is spend the time on the bus and he spoke to people, and then this became the story. And then other writers like took the tram or took a taxi, and then, you know, different modes of public transport in different cities, just to understand, you know, get close to this texture of society and kind of capture it in the magazine. Keeping with the theme of movement, this story is about sex workers in Lebanon who usually come from let's say Eastern Europe, and they spend time in Lebanon working as like under an artist visa, but they face so many injustices in their as they live in the country. So we kind of created this infographic which maps out their movement across the country, and then at every touch point we kind of talk about the injustices they face. This was about the movement of garbage in Cairo, and how this group of poor men in one impoverished neighborhood of Cairo found a way to recycle garbage in such an ingenious way that big companies are coming to just figure out how these men are, like what these men are doing. So we kind of traced their journey again, like their movements about town, and like what happens at every touch point, and then tell the story of this new product that they're creating. And then borders, as you see, like borders come up a lot in our conversation and in our stories, because I truly believe like it's one of the biggest things hindering our possibilities, like this idea of someone coming and just drawing a line and creating a land, calling it a country, and then forcing people to live as such, to observe those man-made borders as such. So here what we did is 3 different writers went to 3 different borders. So you have the border between Lebanon and Palestine, the border between Syria and Lebanon, and the border between Jordan and Saudi Arabia. And what those different writers did is speak to the people who live on the border. And then through their stories, we kind of told this narrative of displacement. So for example, the writer who went to the border between Lebanon and Palestine spoke to one family there who was Lebanese, like they were living on the Lebanese side of the border. But then when the border changed, they became part of Palestine. But then when the Israelis came and occupied Palestine and changed the border again, this family was evicted back to Lebanon, but they came back as Palestinian refugees, which goes to show like the fuckery really in this whole process, and how it's all ridiculous. So kind of like those lines and the differences in the lines are shown in the green, blue, and red, and then we ran the stories. And this story, so basically what you're seeing in front of you is a map of the Arab world connected by high-speed rail. It's completely like it's a fictitious story that we invented and ran, but at the same time, elements of it, like the blue lines, are not completely fictitious because they either existed or currently exist. We just added the yellow lines, which are basically what has been proposed for the future. All we did is kind of lay out all those potentials and histories on a map and show how, like, the potentials of such a connected region. So yeah, so that's that. And then what we did in this issue as well is publish another book, this time a children's book by Rafat as well, which kind of promotes the values of the magazine you know, this idea of openness and tolerance and justice and equality and like, you know, a peace. And we put like we put them in the book, and then we wanted to kind of translate it to Arabic and then distribute it en masse, but didn't really happen. I'm gonna skip some things. So this was our third issue. So what happened here is we wanted to talk about this idea that, you know, everyone wants to leave. Like, we speak to most of our friends, like everyone's so disillusioned and they want to leave this part of the world. Then the question became, what if we actually do an issue about those who decided to stay, and what kind of impact happens or is there as a result of these people staying? So we decided to call all these people profiled world makers, and because basically they're building their worlds from scratch and on their own without any kind of support mechanisms from the state or the governments or like the legal sector. So but we decided to take this a step further. So we were like, what if these world makers who come from different industries and sectors, different age groups, different backgrounds, different parts of the region, what if these world makers are connected somehow? What might the impact be? So we illustrated every world maker profile, and then we kind of did something suicidal, which is like tried to find connections between all these people, just to show like what kind of collective impact can such a network have on our lives. And then we explained these connections inside the magazines, inside the magazine, and then we kind of divided it. So this was the mini map connecting people who have cafes which act as safe spaces for marginalized people. This was the people who were world makers who were working in theater and kind of pushing out new narratives. This was the theater. This was the hackers. So yeah, it gives you an idea. I'm just gonna run quickly through the magazine because I want to talk about other projects as well. This was a campaign we did after we published our third issue, realizing that we actually have some kind of impact, you know, that people are listening to what we're saying, and there has been like some incredible feedback. That was in 2012. So we decided to do this campaign online to promote the magazine as a magazine of possibilities, but also to kind of raise awareness around the issues that stand in our way, like between us and our potentials, or between us and our possibilities. So we created the sticker campaign where people can take and stick on any wall they feel is basically preventing them from moving forward, or it's just like a boundary set against them. And then we asked people to like stick these stickers on different walls. So these were some of the campaign visuals. And then we can somehow use this campaign and we channeled it into our fourth issue, which was about getting lost. So in this issue, this issue was very much an experiment, but also it was a manifesto to get lost. In a way, everyone keeps talking about how the youth here are lost, and we were like, maybe we can use this idea of lost as of getting lost as a force, as a constructive force, which can help us produce new knowledge, which can help us navigate through our lives in a different way. So this became our issue, and then we explained the difference between. So this was our cover story. We explained the difference between being lost and getting lost. Being lost is basically the state where you're just drifting along, allowing possibilities to pass you by, whereas getting lost is that active active intention to actually get lost in order to find new ways of doing things, new ways of consuming and producing knowledge. So yeah, this was, and then how does one get lost? And then I'm gonna pick my battles. I'm gonna not talk about everything because there's so much to talk about. So here in this story, we sent as it's written, we sent 4 writers in 4 different Arab cities to get lost for 24 hours. That was a fun experiment, but also, you know, as I said before, it was interesting for us as editors and like creators of a magazine of possibilities to also stretch out the possibilities of journalism. Like, how can we do journalism beyond just sending a writer out there to report on what's happening in the world, but also to actively engage in the world and come back and write about it. So we did a lot of experiments like this, as I said. Or in here, we sent the writer to spend the whole day in a library just to get lost and then come back and write about the experience. Here, we wanted to shed light on the lost architectural heritage, which has become quite a thing. Like, we're losing a lot of old buildings for new ones, and this is changing the topography and of architectural heritage of our city in such a drastic way, our cities in such a drastic way. So what we did here is we sent a writer we actually did it in 3 cities, but those writers went out with a picture of an old building that no longer exists, that was demolished. And they went around the street just asking people like, hey, how do I get to this building, which no longer exists, but which was iconic in different ways, like in each of those cities. And then they came back and they wrote about their experiences. So this was the issue that Adrian was showing you, the possibilities of our bodies, of our body, which came at a time when we felt our body was being subjected to so much brutality and violence. And you know, our body at the end of the day is our vessel to be here, and is our a vessel of embodiment in a way, and it holds so much possibility and potential. So we wanted to do an issue just to explore the body, but then we realized we don't know anything about the body. So we decided to work with a doctor who explained to us how the body works. So there are basically 12 systems of the body: the nervous system, digestive system, whatever system. There are 12 systems of them. So explain to us how each system works. And then what we did is we kind of took the biological functioning of each system and we extrapolated a philosophical theme around it. And then we commissioned stories based on that theme. So we had 12 different themes, each inspired from the different systems. And then under each theme, we had a number of stories relating to the theme. So for example, digestive system became about renewal. And then we used these different, like these quirky images to illustrate each section. So we had this plant about renewal, we had this about like kindness, and then this became our table of contents, you know, using these different weird objects to delineate different body systems. And then each page would take you to the section, and then you would read the stories, corresponding stories. And then finally, in this issue, we decided to stop publishing advertising. In this issue was like the clear, realization that we, as an independent publication trying to create a force of resistance in our own way, cannot and will not eventually speak with those who, like, we would go to advertising agencies trying to get advertising, and it felt like we were speaking different language up until we were like, or they would send us ads that we would completely not want to publish. They're just an eyesore, or just stand against everything we believe in. So we decided to stop this ridiculous process completely. And instead of putting an ad on the back cover, we took an image of all these weird objects and we placed them on the back cover. This was our final issue in 2016, which came about the time everyone, like, you know, the refugee crisis was, people were leaving their homes, they were being forced out of their homes, and it felt like a very timely conversation to be had, that of home, like what is home, or where is home, or what do we do with home? So we started really just by asking people what is home or where is home. And along the 1 year that we spent working on this issue, I think we asked more than 200 people this question. and we got such an incredible mix of answers, such a different also mix of answers, that we decided to change the construction of the issue to kind of reflect that. Because people would tell us like, home is a song on the radio, or home is my mom's eyes, or home is a good conversation, or home is a friend who completes my sentences, or home is a tight hug. And we were like, or home is where my parents are buried. And it was just like so immense and so huge and so different and so personal. The home became such a personal experience that we decided to personalize the reading experience of the magazine itself. So what we did is we emptied the magazine out of images. So you see on the left, the empty box where usually an image would go. And then we made a sticker book instead, and just asked the reader to have fun with the magazine and just like place the images as they go and as they navigate through the magazine. And then we added smaller green boxes where all those answers that we got about what is home were woven through or into the different articles. Home is on the dance floor. My body is my homeland. Home does not run out of time. Home is a wound that heals. Home is as big or small as you make it. You get it. So yeah, this was our last issue. You know, when we first started, I mean, we started as an experiment to the extent that we called our first issue 0, not issue 1, because we didn't have any experience in this in publishing before. We weren't sure if this would stick, but it ended up sticking and in some ways making waves. Like after a few years of publishing, we started getting like people sending us pictures of the like making fan covers, but also like what's truly heartwarming is like the actual, like for example, people wishing or like wanting to donate an organ because of a story they read in the magazine, or starting a literary publication because of writings published in the magazine, or wanting to volunteer at local organizations because of something that they read in the magazine. Like this palpable, tangible social impact that I care about. Like how can a line in this way inspire a movement of effective actions that could eventually shift something in our consciousness, shift something in our communities. This is kind of like what I'm really interested in. So to that extent, I decided to dedicate one issue to this question. Like how far can narratives go? Like how far can we push our story to the point where obviously maybe not on our, maybe not, I won't live to see this, but what if this narrative of ours, this alternative narrative of inclusivity and possibility and potential and borderlessness can be stretched to the point that it becomes the popular narrative? And how can, if this is actually possible, how can it be done? So this issue was dedicated to this question. So what we ended up doing is we invented this radio station and we called it Radio Medan. And then we even commissioned an artist duo in Amman and Jordan to create the visual language for this radio. So they did the poster, I mean the logo guidelines even, and they made a poster. And then we ran the story as a cover story and in the form of an interview between the Outpost and the programming director of this Radio Medan. And through the interview, he kind of tells us, or she kind of tells us, or they introduce themselves as they in the story. And through the story, we kind of see how the content of the station has inspired other people to set up outposts of it in different cities and in different communities. And it kind of became a network of like a radio network connecting change agents who have a different story to tell. And through those very connections, it became a force that eventually shifted the conversation. And this very shifting conversation affected culture and eventually politics. So what's interesting to me in the story is what came, obviously, like the feedback of the readers that like, hey, after it was published, like, hey, how can we find this? Like many people missed the fact that this was fiction. But what's interesting to me is what came after, 3 years after, when I was asked to curate this space. It's a formerly abandoned villa in Beirut, which was turned into an artist squat and an artist-run space and community. So I was asked to curate the space for 6 months, and I came in and basically, instead of proposing like a number of activities to do within the space, I just proposed setting up a radio station and working throughout those 6 months with the community and the surrounding, with the residents and the surrounding neighbors and community to set it up and to produce its content. What ended up happening is we embarked on a series of attempts to make this project kick off. And in the end, like by the end of the 6 months, we had 24 hours of programming. Like we had a pilot project. I mean, we had a pilot which we could later use. But for me, it was such a failed project because, I mean, one of the lessons I learned is that if you're interested in building collectives, you can do that in theory. I mean, it's good to have some theoretical foundation you can fall back on, but it's not what's going to kickstart that movement of yours or that, collective or like community building, because that is very much about being with the community and doing the work, being on the ground and doing the work. And also like allowing the community to kind of spread the word, because that is what eventually kind of moves this energy. But what's also more interesting, the reason I'm telling this story is that in this very place, after I left 3 years later, in March of this year, when the quarantine started, a bunch of the residents decided to pick the project again, and they started their own Radio Al-Hay, they called. A week later, 5 groups in 5 different cities outside Lebanon were inspired to follow Adrian Hay's footsteps, and they started their own radio station. They started their own radio stations. One of them, the most famous of them now, oh, sorry, that was Radio Mentioning. So one of the most famous of those radios now is Radio Al-Hara. Maybe you've heard of it in Palestine. Which somehow, like, they started in March, but now they have such an incredible breadth of programming to the point that they managed to pull off a 4-day radio protest, uninterrupted 4-day programming, where they brought names like Nicholas Jar, Dina Abdel Wahid, and like big names in music. And they did this protest against Israel's annexation of Palestine in July. And it goes to show, for me, I just love this story, how like also shows that movements and movements of change like don't move in a straight line. There's always this linear kind of non-linear kind of vibe to them, which you can't really study them by going in a straight line, because it's never the case. And even though like I mean, for me, this Radio Al-Hara, what these guys did, is a manifestation of Radio Al-Midan, which is this project we invented 7 years ago or 8 years ago. But it doesn't mean that we had to kind of pick it up and continue the battle. I'm glad to see that, it became a thing. Finally, do we have more time? Yeah. Finally, I want to talk about a third project, which I did in Amman, in Jordan, last year. It's been a year exactly, actually. So I was asked to come and curate a series of, basically develop a program that kind of taps to the collective imagination of the city, and, just to try to see what is there. Like if we kind of, let's say the collective imagination is a well, and we're excavating it, what arises and what can we do with it? So this became basically the driving question. The second thing was like, okay, now we need to listen. Like I went to Amman. It was my second time. I knew nothing about Amman. And I realized I just needed to sit and listen to the city. So I opened a cafe. And the idea behind the cafe was that I also wanted to test a different economic model, a different way of creating and sharing value. So what ended up happening is that people came, but instead of like paying with money for their coffee, they had to write something back. So they wrote a line, or they wrote a story, or they wrote a dream, or they shared a secret. And for their writing, basically they paid for the coffee. With their writing, they paid for the coffee. And then I kind of used that content and did a mapping workshop where we kind of mapped those imaginaries of the city. We did it on, this was the roof where I was doing the artist residency, and I stayed for 4 months. And it was such an engaging like way of creating, basically of generating new knowledge. And and then my idea, like it's inspired from by the song lines of the Native Australians. I kind of wanted to take this map that was created. The Native Australians, they used to believe that all the land is sacred and was handed over to God by them. So they used to sing about everything, like the rocks and the trees and the skies, because it had such a profound like sacred value. But by this way, they could basically, if you knew the song, you knew the land. They could traverse. Their songs were the maps through which they traversed the land. So I was also interested in seeing if this could have a musical facet to it. So we brought in a number of musicians, and we just jammed along, and we tried to come up with songs that would bring this energy of imaginings to life in a different way. And then we mapped them out and distributed the map. And this brings me back to like this question, like what if this line could start a movement? And I mean, I'm gonna read you the whole poem. Like, what if this line could start a movement? What if a movement could rewrite our story? What if the story could show us the way? What if the way could lead us to the truth? What if the truth unlocked our throats? What if our song became a spell? What if a spell could shatter all illusions? I wrote this poem on a dance floor in Amman last year, before the revolution in Beirut began. For those of you who don't know, we had a revolution that kind of ignited its fire on October 17th of last year. And for a good 2 months, we kind of felt that one line of fire was enough to actually burn down the entire system we have been resisting for such a long time. And I mean, we really thought we could do it for the first time, but then things took a different course. But that doesn't change the fact, like, people look at the revolution or the uprising now. It was more of an uprising that happened in Lebanon last year as a failed attempt, which in a way it was, but that shouldn't allow us to discount it from being or having effective power, because I believe that movements of change are a result of several failed attempts and accumulations of knowledge and intentions and attempts and efforts. And I think if we're talking about those movements of change, whatever those may be, it could be Black people fighting for their right to exist, or just a local community trying to fight an oppressive and unjust legal system. In the end, what matters is those continuous experiments or continuous attempts to put something out there, and then the accumulation and the effective impact of this accumulative action. So which is perhaps why I also like, just to end and to go back to what Adrian was saying about my projects being, and like it could be understood as a series of attempts to shift the collective consciousness, because I'm not delusional to think that one magazine is going to change the world, nor a project in Amman is going to change the world. But the accumulation of these projects does refine the methodology and expands the network and expands our network. And by doing so, eventually, something could happen that would bring about some manifested change that we can call a big win. But before that, I think it's important just to take stock of those little victories, because it's eventually what will lead us down to that breakthrough. So yeah, I think I could have gone longer on some issues, but yeah, we'll take some questions, I guess. Adrian.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim, for this super intense and fast kind of travel through your work. Yeah, I'll open the floor. Are there any questions? If so, please raise your hand or switch on your phone.
I'm gonna pause share, stop share.
Until all the participants warm up a bit for the questions, I will start with one from Facebook. So an artist, Tatiana Fedorova, is asking whether it's possible to read a magazine online, or how is it possible to order it or to get it somehow?
We actually literally just today, we added a landing page. Like, our website has been out for like 4 years, and I honestly felt so retarded for it, but like it just couldn't. Hello? Oh yeah, it just couldn't happen. By the way, my electricity might cut any minute now, so I'll be out, but I'll be back in a second. So yeah, we're currently actually digitizing the entire archive of the magazine, which will be out on January 21st. But now if you go to the-outpost.com, there's just a landing page telling people we're gonna have the archive out soon.
Outpost.com.
I'll actually write it in the chat.
Okay, and then we can write it on Facebook afterwards.
I have a very practical question, because as a lover of Outpost and magazine, I'm just wondering what is next for you? Okay, so you mentioned you are going to digitalize this archive of magazines online, which I find super generous, and I think it will be helpful to reach a wider community. But what is next for you?
Yeah, I mean, what is next? So basically what I'm doing, what I'm trying to do, like it's very theoretical really. So which is why I feel I just need to go and actually start doing the work, which I plan to do next year. I want to build this game that kind of allows anyone who plays it to become part of our editorial and creative process. And by doing so, I'm kind of like opening it up in such a way where I have no control over the kind of content over the process, but also this lack of control, I think, is exciting for me now, because I think it somehow is going beyond that theoretical foundation that I talked about and just allowing yourself and other people to do the work. So what I'm gonna, also another thing I'm very interested in is physical spaces and performative spaces. Like, how can we bring people together in a space? You know, my inspiration is like the dance floor. I always look in my work to what happens on the dance floor, you know, to the fact that you're having such an embodied experience, but at the same time, you're being around people you can trust for this, like, let's say, certain amount of time you're sharing the space with. And there's this kind of new value that is created and shared between people just by being in this in-between space that is not in reality, but at the same time is not completely far removed from reality. So I'm interested in manufacturing those spaces where people can come and through their collective being with each other can create something new and have this feeling of transcending the earthly, you know, like this feeling of going beyond a certain limit. I feel those spaces are very exciting. So I'm working on a live performance through which I hope then to to kind of construct the game and launch the game. But these are still all seeds. That is not to say that they won't happen. It's just I think they'll probably take some time. And yeah.
Is it still a card game you're working? I saw that Cole has a question, and then Sadia.
I see.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah.
So it's still a card game you're working on, or is it?
Yeah, I mean.
Or you
probably
can say no.
I like to think in terms of card games because, you know, there is a certain kind of joy that is born out of playing a game, in this particular case, card game. And in this particular case, joy or experiencing joy is a form of resistance. You know, when those political and economic systems and legal systems that are in place, I think they're very much against our joy. And then when you choose or you become an embodiment of joy, I think this is an act of resistance. So this game is an attempt to kind of tap into this well of joy that is within us, but also using it to produce new knowledge and produce new content. So that is perhaps why I think it should be, or it probably is a card game, because it has the capacity to convene people, to bring together people, to experience joy together. So there is a question about accidental activists. So basically, accidental activists are like me. Like I never imagined I would end up doing a magazine that could have an activist knack to it. But in this particular case, it was about the journalists from Libya and Cairo and Egypt and Yemen and elsewhere who suddenly realized back after the Arab Spring failed and they were using their voices to kind of really report on the injustices and the violence that was taking place, how these people were doing pure journalistic work. But because this work was vital in terms of achieving justice and basically shedding light on the sheer amount of violence that was befalling these communities, then the work of this journalist became activism because it's also doing the work of activists, you know?
Okay. I think Core had a question, no? And then Sadia.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ibrahim. Like, it's really profound, like to hear specifically the mapping part, because this is something I was kind of like individually very engaging for the last few years, like from the study. Like I had a background where I learned cyborg language, and so while we are coding, I remember there are agencies who kind of interested about infographics, like who design different. Can you hear me? It has like infographics, but not for understanding for humans, like to understanding different machines. So looking at that mapping and like different circuits, like for me, like I can sense different sort of like negotiation with community history, and also because it's also digitalized. So my very specific question to you, it's about like when I'm looking at it, it's going to be an archive for future, like when it's going to digitalize for long-term purpose. So are you thinking also to, because sometimes we produce, but we not have a chance to talk about the methodology. Like I'm curious, like if there is any way we can study more, like different patterns and things that you are following, like why this is a straight line, why you're making that curves, like all the patterns and symbols. Is there any way if you can give me more explanation on that? Like I'm curious. This is one.
Sorry, no, wait. Can you just repeat the question? I'm not sure.
So what I'm trying to understand that, because I kind of pointing out like one chapter, like it's about garbage. I think intellectual garbage, right? And totally relate with that. Like last year, I got a kind of a job or commission to write a map, but for a film purpose, to about the anarchist movement changes in India, like where I'm right now. But this is a purpose for India. But like while I'm mapping, I kind of map following the same technique which I have learned during my study time. But later on, I realized while I was sharing with others, nobody understands, because the most of my teammates doesn't understand, because it's a different language altogether. So like while we are producing mapping, because this mapping is very different than like archaeological mapping, or probably the mapping which in India, like when we studying anthropology, right? So I'm curious, like if there is a section in your book, or like in for the further, like one particular maybe sometime outpost which is talked about the methodology, like if others can interested to map their own community. And this is one thing. And second thing is not about the subject of your production, but I'm thinking a person who is not visually able to see that map. Like this is something I'm working on these days. How they can do, like I was working on people who are visually challenged. Like, can we transfer them into other language, like which is not just visual mapping?
So funny. You actually tapped into the two main, parameters, or not parameters, like the foundations of this game that Adrian asked me about. First, because I think by creating this game, it's basically creating a mapping methodology and putting it in the hands of people, so that whoever ends up doing it is actually creating a map. And in this case, the map could be visual, but it could also be sonic or literary. It doesn't necessarily have to be, like something visual you look at, or something as like we're used to seeing a map or know what a map is. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but basically this methodology, I think, and again, I'm still very much in the theoretical phase, but I feel that if something like this is created, where you actually the process of creation becomes participatory, then I think it's just a matter of figuring out what methodology can bring those people to create those to create those maps. But also it's a question of what maps you want to create and what's the intention of creating them. For me, it's very much about imagining. There's so much that gets lost, and like it's not us who write history. History is handed down to us as a linear narrative by those who won, by those who have power over us. So I think a lot of history is lost just because a lot of people don't have a voice, or don't have. So the kind of maps I'm interested in is basically taking those familiar maps that we have, that we are known to. I might lose connection in a bit. That we are used to, but then add to them, new layers of information that kind of fuck up with the way we see the world. So this is the kind of mapping I'm interested in, and this is the kind of methodologies I'm building to create such mappings, because obviously mapping can mean so many different things. But then also the presentation of it, like can those maps, for example, like just as I mentioned, the native Australians, their maps were songs. Like, can a map be a song? And then how can it become a song? And yeah.
You like Ibrahim?
Yeah.
No, just like suddenly you just said, and it was not in my mind, but in India, there is a one community who remember their community history, like their family lineage, through songs. They don't have words, but they sing, but slowly it's going away because there is no workshop for that. Like actually my question was about that the methodology you are following, can we transfer them into workshops so we all can get a chance to learn?
I mean, I would actually love to talk to you about it if you're interested, but it's currently as it stands, like I don't have something published or something like you know, theoretical that I could share for people to use. I'm hoping that the game would produce that. Yeah, not any, at the moment, I don't have anything. I mean, I can share with you some of the stuff I did at Amman.
Please, please. I'm looking forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, sure.
So we'll
Just
connect you.
write me. I'll write my email down. Just.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So Sadia had a question. Sadia?
Yes. Yeah, the discussion added to my question again, but I'll come back to that point again. The first question I had is, when you started the magazine and you were creating this team, you know, to push this boundary of journalism into this experimental processes, what was the strategy? How did you figure out this team? What were you thinking? What are the backgrounds of these team members? So basically, how did you select your soldiers?
It was purely grassroots, you know, like, and by grassroots, I mean me reaching out to the network I know and them reaching out to the networks there because they believe that.
Oh, we lost you.
Okay, we can wait.
Till the power's back. You like to talk about soldiers, Sadia, huh? You mentioned.
Oh
it
yeah,
on
you have pointed.
Yeah. You need an army.
Yeah, I think in South Asian context or Indian subcontinent, it's a challenge always, and it feels like a war most of the time. To create process and projects, like Kaur was also telling, it's a lot of history is in oral practices, oral narratives. And then we strive to find a process how to archive this, you know, oral archives. There is no policy that can support you, and there is no policy, so that means there's no institute or, you know, other theory. So I was also interested to ask Ibrahim about, you know, this theory that he's mentioning. Where do you get these theories? We don't have that theory here. So maybe that's why it keeps coming back to me, like it's a struggle. Yeah. Oh, Ibrahim, you're back.
It's back. You made a perfect transition.
Sorry, the internet cuts and I had to transition to my phone. But I missed the second question, but I don't know, did you, I was answering your first question about,
yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna answer you for the first question, and then I'll ask you again for the second question.
Yeah. Sure.
So basically, the network was born truly like it feels now looking back, it feels like it was pure grassroots organizing. Me reaching out to my network, our creative director reaching out to his network, our editor out to her network, and then those reaching out to their networks in return. It kind of became a thing. And I think what kind of bound this together, or the glue that kind of stitched this eventual network of collaborators together, is the trust they had in us. And then this trust was transferred to other people through them. And the network kept on expanding and expanding over the years, to the point where I now look back and I'm like, fuck, this is actually, and in terms of these people region, but also from outside the region, in terms of experiences, in terms of, you know, how they, like sexual orientation, race. So yeah, I mean, so that was about the network.
Any particular challenges you faced? I mean, if it worked out perfectly, that's okay. But sometimes, you know, you get people, they get interested, they trust you, but then after a period, they might not find the connection or something. Was there challenges?
I mean, two problems that come to mind. First, financial, obviously, like this idea that we didn't want people to work for free because they're doing work at the end of the day. And given that we're an independent press, meant that we didn't have a lot of money. So this constant confrontation of how we can actually get money to pay these people was a thing. The other thing was the style. Like, I was very keen on advancing literary journalism or narrative journalism inside the magazine, which is basically very briefly, it's the kind of journalism that reads like fiction. The only difference is that it's all grounded in fact, which means writers take time to work on their characters, on setting the scene, on developing the plot. And it's the kind of journalism that isn't so, popular. So it was just like hard to get people to do this kind of journalism. But I mean, in the end, everything kind of worked out.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I mean, so much experimental. So sometimes in the country that I am from, in Bangladesh, it's sometimes really hard to get proper journalists to expand their boundaries of typical journalism that they study about or practice, and send them like in the transports or in other experience and then write about it. You already answered the financial situation thing that I pointed out, and connecting with what Kaur was discussing. What are your plans to, design the accessibility of the magazine? If there is any other ideas or plans you have, not only about the coming edition with the game, if any other format that you're planning for the previous one.
The next edition is not a game. The game is a tool in and by itself that would potentially produce editions.
Yeah.
It's not, not really. I mean, you had a question about the theoretical framework, right?
Yes.
Is that part of the?
You prefer to answer that?
No.
Yeah.
Actually, no, because I feel, I kind of answered my plans for the future, and also my plans are so, it's probably going to take us a lot of time to kind of excavate what I have in mind. But so, yeah, maybe I answer the theoretical.
Okay, no, you were mentioning a couple of times about theoretical in terms of when you make community. You were saying when you were curating that abundant space, you come collective, you come with the theory, and in other parts you were also mentioning theory. So I was wondering, what are these theories and where do you get those theories? Where are they? Where we can find them?
I'm realizing now that I'm so bad at kind of documenting my process or my knowledge process. I have it like scattered on papers and notes everywhere, but like this idea, and like basically it comes from reading and observation, this idea that it's basically a theory of movement, or like a theory of movements of change, like which is what I discussed, like this idea that change doesn't happen overnight, and it's kind of ridiculous to expect that one person to come and kind of create the change we are dreaming of, or to kind of expect this political movement to create this act of grandstanding and change overnight. I think the change is a nonlinear process that takes place over time and like time again. And it's a process of like, it's a product of intentions and attempts and experiments that are not, the product of one person or one community, but we have to look at it over like a historic continuum to kind of understand the patterns and the shifts in behavior and in consciousness that happened as a result of those patterns. The kind of change I'm interested in is like a mass shift in collective consciousness, because I believe that our popular culture is basically the cause of a lot of our problems, because it's basically what flavorizes the discourse. And in this case, it's so sick to kind of imagine what we consume and what we assume or hold as truth, as a popular discourse, So how do we change that? How do ideas come along and become a force that could eventually shift the conversation? Terence McKenna, for example, talks a lot about this. He talks about like shifting consciousness. He talks about memes as ideas, as forces of energy that could potentially be thrown into culture and eventually changes the fabric of, or the topography of this very culture. So what I'm realizing from listening to your question is that I don't have this knowledge basically documented besides just me talking about it in forums like this, or writing about it like in some places which I could share. But yeah, I mean, if you're interested, we can like, I don't know, have a further conversation.
I am. Yeah, I am, because it seems like, you know, the things that are not published, the process that goes into the publication, the whole thing that is printed, the process is itself a huge, you know, publication and theory, which can be very, very important and interesting for practitioners like us. So I would really love to have this conversation extended through email or something. Yeah, I have your email, I think, in the chat. Thanks.
Maybe I can expand it to us and not just Sadia. I think it would be really interesting.
Yeah, us, of course.
Yeah, the Autumn School. We have one big problem. Ibrahim can't dance, so he can't write. So I don't know how poetry. Oh, just poetry. Okay. But I think you were mentioning a book when we talked together. It was a book that you've been carrying around for a while.
Oh, yeah, Hope in the Dark. I mean, Rebecca Solnit, this essayist, American essayist, kind of captures this a lot in her book, Hope in the Dark. If you're interested, I mean, it's a good place to start.
Okay. I think we're at the end of time, but there's one more question, I thought. Cor?
Yeah, no, it's not like this quick like reflection. Like when Sadia was saying, I suddenly remember something from her country. There was a writer who wrote a contemporary writer. He wrote a story about the freedom struggle through mapping, and they're saying it's a struggle between cat and mouse. And then the entire story is roaming around that struggle, and probably that influenced me a lot, me and my friend circle, that we kind of design a crazy, some sort of sensor machine. So we can, basically what we did, we put like behind the cat. So while the cat traveling around my house, and every time she ping, it drop a liquid. So in the night, you can, from a drone, you can see the mapping of like how far the cat moves. So you can literally map the territory of the another species, another animals, like how they interact with each other, where they stop, how many times they're making mark on their own territory. Yeah, it's like it's a language, it's a communication between machines and animals, like together through mapping.
I love that. Can I answer Rula's final question, Adrian?
Yes.
Do we have time?
Yeah.
She's asking if the COVID crisis in the Arab world helped or distract the efforts of change. I'm not sure about like the short-term efforts of change, but I truly believe, and this is what I talk about in the text that Adrian read, about the revolution that I'm interested in is the revolution of the self, because I think this is where the real change begins. Everything else is kind of just like patching things up. I think when we're ready to change from within, it's when we can actually step in and, you know, everything changes as a result. And I think what COVID is doing is changing us from within. And I think this kind of is a shift in consciousness in a way which we might not understand now or next year or the year after. It has such a decade or era defining repercussions that we'll grapple with. So in that way, I do have hope, because I mean, if this ends up affecting our well-being in a positive way, affecting the way we, our value system even, I think this is a revolution in and of its own.
And I think also Anne had a question. Did you raise your hand? Is that
Yes, I did that on purpose. Thank you. I'm very much involved with all of your projects, Ibrahim. Thank you. And it resonates with a lot of what I'm trying to do as well. And I am also loving the fact that you have this self-inspection, like a circular approach in these projects each time, you know, like you not just publish a new journal or you're publishing a new newspaper, but also question the mechanics behind publishing newspapers and sending writers into a different form of writing and stuff like that. So it's very clever in my opinion. And the question that I had in conjunction with that is, do you think like the production side is more interesting or more necessary to change in order to get a different result, or to invent new possibilities, or is it, or which role does the audience also play? Do you intend to have changes inside of these structures already?
I'm not quite sure I understood. You mean the production of the magazine or the production in general of the work?
The production of the process, like the production of the project, so to say. Like, do you mean? I mean, like, is it more something that you and your peer group does? You know, the people who write, and is it more a project for the inside, or is it for the outside as well? I mean, of course, but
it depends.
What is more necessary?
It depends. It really depends, I guess. I mean, if we're working, like, as I said, the home issue ended up being such a collective process where we really opened up our editorial process and just spoke to so many people, whereas in other ways it might be more closed. In Amman, I opened it up by hosting a cafe for 2 weeks. So I guess it's difficult to answer because it depends on the project. Personally, I'm interested in really putting the creative power in the hands of the community. So how can we create these processes that just crowdsource this, you know, just allow the intelligence of anyone in the community to contribute to the narrative of the group. So I'm really interested in that. I'm not saying every time I succeed in doing it. It's just like trial and error every time, I guess. I'm not sure I answered you though.
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Okay. We are kind of out of time because we have to go for a walk in like 13 minutes. I saw that Teresa raised her hand. So if it's a short and quick question, we take it. If not, I'll just ask Gio to block you or something.
So, thank you. A really short question. If the participatory making up the popular narrative of the map is also building up with the politics, if you are also working not only with the audience, like the people who are going on the street or some collective which is interesting, but also if you are trying to catch the people who are building up the city, like the local politics who are possible to change, for example, the walking in the street, or I don't know, behaving of the city. Thank you.
You mean if some of the work I do is interested in affecting the behavior of people who work in the city?
Yeah, like the local politics, if they are interesting about your project, like for example, you are making the map with the with the people, with the audience. So if you are this map or this game, you are bringing to the politics and talking about the.
No, just to answer you really quickly, I see Adrian is like moving in his chair. Just like really,
no,
really
I'm moving because
no,
of the answer you will give, not because of time.
Just, yeah, I mean, the politicians, no, because, I mean, no, I mean, what I'm interested in is really like the grassroots impact that can happen as a result of this creative and editorial work that we put out. Eventually, this grassroots will become a voice that can impact the politics. But now not really. It's also so complex because the region is so big, and you know, we were first adopted by people in Europe before we actually made any dent here. So it's also a bit schizo, you know, in terms of audience distribution and like distribution channels themselves. But hopefully with the new projects, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Because it's important to get to know if you are making some lobbying or something like changing the city through the art. Or, how is also the audience?
Not yet.
Okay. So
not as much as I hope.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa, for this question. I was laughing because I thought, I mean, trusting the politics, as I heard from you and your colleagues in Beirut and Lebanon, is not really the thing or the goal you want to do. No, it's not like, okay, we have a cool project, let's go and present it to the local politicians. It's like the trust over there is totally gone. You know?
Also, I think that's part of the problem of many resistance movements, like the fact that you think we want to collaborate with the system we're trying to change, as opposed to like building an entirely new system that eventually would make the current one go to waste or obsolete.
Yeah, but sometimes you need to have a beginning of some collaboration with the politics.
No, yeah, I agree.
It means, yeah.
I agree.
Okay, so I'll step into my role as course leader and say the time is over. And I would like to thank you very much, Ibrahim, for your great input, and for, as I could see, it was for a lot of participants extremely inspiring, also for me, to not just content-wise, but also to see this dynamic, even with your cut leg and impossibility of moving. So thank you very much for joining us, Ibrahim. And
thanks for having me.
And we're looking forward to the website and to the card game.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you all. It was really a pleasure. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ciao.
Ciao. I guess we will be back on our mobile Zoom in 8 minutes. So, so we leave it from the computer and then we log in on our phones and see each other in 7 minutes now. Okay.
Hey, we are meeting without the video. And you are not out? Yeah, and you are not outside.
I am not outside because I'm controlling this, but
okay.
A lot of people are.
Great, okay. Okay, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Tell me maybe when to start, when can we start? Do you think we can start already?
I think we can. Adrian, what's your call?
Yeah, I'll do the small introduction and then we basically can start. Huh?
Adrian, please unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry. Now, is it okay? Joanna Warsza is the program director of Curator Lab at Konstfack University in Stockholm and an independent curator in the fields of public art, visual and performing arts, and architecture. She is interested in the public sphere, the political, and the performative, or in how the post-colonial theory navigates the regions of Eastern Europe. During the pandemic lockdown, she co-created Di Balcone, a project in windows and balconies of Berlin, together with Ovul Durmozolu, with whom she currently prepares the third Autostrada Biennial in Kosovo. I may add that I got to know Joanna just recently. We had a short, we tried to talk via the telecommunication devices of nowadays. And Joanna also was the leader of the first Autumn School of Curating a year ago, which happened in person in Timișoara. Apparently, Joanna was quite inspired by my videos hiking in the mountains. So that's why we have the pleasure now to go outside. Here in Zurich, it's nice and sunny. So I'm very thankful to Joanna for this opportunity. So I'll pass over the word to you, Joanna.
Right. Thank you, Adrian, and good afternoon, everyone. And yes, indeed, actually, when I saw your film about the School of Curating, I thought, right, this is liberating, not to just be sitting in front of the Zoom all the time as we do now, but maybe use actually this thing that Zoom is bridging us also for other purposes. And Ibrahim was just saying that COVID is changing us from within. And I guess this is, of course, also one of the questions I've been asking myself. How is it changing us within, and what does it mean for us as art producers, cultural producers, artists, and maybe what does it mean for art, and especially public art that I'm dealing a lot with. So what I would like to propose for this 1 hour is to walk together. I will read some things to you, but also sometimes ask maybe Adrian or Diana or Georgina or other people to also say something. And so I will start by maybe, like, I hope for those who cannot go outside for some reasons because they are missing an internet connection, I would like to invite you to at least sit comfortable in front of your window, or if you have a balcony, to go to the balcony or in front of your door. So to be on this threshold of the private and public, like balconies are. So at least observe the life outside and not look into your screen. And it's also, I have to say, this walk is also inspired by the fact that, when we are sitting on Zoom, we are very often seeing our domestic environments behind our backs. So sometimes we even see other family members or pets or bookshelves or other parts. And that's one of the changes, like slight changes and yet maybe significant of the COVID, how much our intellectual exchange has now landed within domestic sphere. And I'm interested also as a curator in the questions of the private, the intimate, and the public sphere, public opinion, etc. So before I will speak to you about the project I curated together with my colleague Ovul Durmuzoglu here in Berlin, I will maybe just try to situate myself. So because we are in so many places on the planet, which is great. So I will tell you where I am now, where I'm walking, and I invite you to also walk along with me around and look at the facades or balconies or buildings. So I am now in East Berlin, in the district of Prenzlauer Berg, where I've been living for a couple of years. And it's a former East Germany. So of course, when it comes to the question of public and private, it's also a place where for many years, so-called public sphere didn't really exist because it was censored. So a lot of political mobilization would rather happen in the private apartments or kitchens and not out in the open. And I'm now passing by a very interesting place when it comes, because the school is called Neo now, when it comes to being in the present, because it's a park, which actually, it's actually not a park, it's actually a cemetery. And this cemetery has been, some years ago, was supposed to be bought and refurbished for new development, but there was a resistance from local inhabitants, and the cemetery was left. So there is approximately maybe 10, 15 graves left in the cemetery. The rest, maybe those graves were paid for, I don't know exactly, but it's kind of a park where you have scattered just a few tombstones, and in between them, the playground has been constructed. So what you have is this layer of, you know, the dead, and like it's called this, it's called Liza Park, so the silent park. So on one hand you have graves, but on the other hand, in between graves you have kids playing. And this is where I'm going to walk around and read you something. It's, when temperature check, it's like around 6 degrees. It's actually a gray autumn day, but it's autumn school, so it's the autumn. And today it's 21st of November, according to Georgian calendar. 40 days left till the end of the year. Actually, I looked a little bit quick on Wikipedia in relation to our school. Maybe what is interesting is that Edison has, today, on this day, in 1877, Edison has announced the invention of a phonograph, a machine that records and plays sound. And so, thank you, Edison, because this is also why we can talk to each other today. Also, what happened was in 1861, a first revolving restaurant opened in Honolulu. Margaret was born in 1898. Björk was also born today, has a birthday. She was born in 1965 in Iceland. And also what is interesting that this day is it's a day of world television, a celebration observed by United Nations, also a medium culture, so to say. And I would be also curious just to know, Adrian, where are you? And if you can tell us just a little thing about what you see around and how it's the weather and how you feel.
Yes, on the contrary to the grey Berlin, Zurich is very sunny. It's quite warm. Just before I saw actually somebody in a swimming suit who wanted to, who guess he had a swim in the river over here. And I'm just basically walking in this area that used to be called the industrial quarters of Zurich. That's where I live, which is now a very gentrified, hip almost not hip anymore place. And my goal is to go onto the so-called Kaferberg, which is the Beetle Mountain, from where one has a great view of Zurich. I'm also passing a strange, second biggest tower in Zurich, which is the so-called Korn House. So that's basically a tower they constructed just recently to store corn or wheat, not wheat. In German we say corn, but it's not. How do you say? The stuff you make bread of.
Wheat, yeah.
Wheat, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the idea behind that is, because we are not like in a war situation where we need like a tower of 200 meters to store wheat for emergency situations, but apparently that's how the Swiss like to do it. So yeah, I'm walking along the street, passing a place which is called Tanzhaus, also just newly renovated, where they do contemporary dance performances. And yeah, I slowly start climbing. I hope I will get totally out of breath to have this proper way of conversating while climbing.
Right. The air connects us, that's for sure. Yeah. Great, thank you. And Diana, where are you? Diana.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, Joanna, nice to walk with you. I'm actually on the board of a channel or a river, Banca in Timișoara, which is close to where I live, but it's quite a nice area. It's a mix, actually. It's a very contrasting area with some old buildings left somehow in this in-between us, and some new buildings, industrial buildings reconverted. There is a nice one that opened a few months ago, which is a co-working space and an art space. But then on the other side, it's really, I don't know, lost somehow in time. But it's a really nice area to walk on.
I remember
and
actually
it's
walking
rainy.
along. Yeah. Oh,
And
it's raining.
rainy.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You remember the area?
Well, I remember the river. We were walking down the river once. Yeah. Great. Super. And what is the temperature?
Well, not sure. It's really cold. But I don't know exactly. It's cold and rainy.
Okay.
It's 4 degrees in Timișoara.
Oh.
4, yeah.
Right. Good. And Georgiana?
Georgiana is not connected anymore.
Oh, really? Okay. So maybe somebody else from the group. I followed the previous talk. So many great voices from so many places. Maybe somebody else would like to, maybe out of European continent, so we know about the weather and somewhere else.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, this is Gaur.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. I'm walking, but unfortunately, I'm not exactly outside. Right now, I'm in India, just to like an eastern side of India, which is extremely hot and humid. And today we kind of raining from early morning. I don't know what is the temperature. This temperature will be like 32 or 29 something, and it's like more than 80% humid over here. And right now I'm walking inside a kind of 200-year-old house. So it's like mostly architecture, like ruins and old walls. And I can see some of the things which need to be fixed. It's not been fixed because of the lockdown. And yes, this is where I'm right now, in a small, I'm crossing a small passage inside that old house space.
Great, beautiful. Some other voice somewhere?
Hello, Joanna. This is Georgiana. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. I was disconnected for a bit, but I heard your question. So
Okay.
on watching on Facebook. So I stepped outside, very close to where I live. There is a lake. So I'm lucky to be able to walk around the lake. There are many leaves down on the floor, very colorful. Some people running, some people on their bikes. And it's actually a very green, but also commercial area. Yes, this is my walk.
And you are in Bucharest?
I'm in Cluj-Napoca.
Oh, in Cluj, of course. Okay, you are actually, of course,
Yes.
yeah, you're our host, right? Okay, great. Can we have one or two more voices? We are curious, maybe from outside of Europe.
Hi, this is Sadia
Hi.
from Bangladesh. So I am currently in a hotel room now. I came here for some work, but what I can see from the corridor and the windows is a lot of buildings in front of me. I don't know if you can hear the sound of the traffic. This side is a bit quiet, but there's other side which is very loud. But in between the road and this building, the hotel that I'm staying, is a lot of green trees, which is abundant land basically. But what I find really interesting sometimes looking out of this window is I see two person every day. They sit in two different buildings under a red light. One person sits under a red light. He's already sitting there, and another person under a green light. And it's actually what do you call this? The cornice of a building. It's not a proper room. It's the extended cornice of a room out of the balcony, and they only have a bench and a rope where they have their three clothes or four piece of clothes hanged. And every day from evening and night, I see these two people sitting there smoking, marijuana or something, and just sit there. So sometimes me and my friends get kind of hypnotized looking at them, like how can someone spend every day from 6 p.m. to night 11 p.m. on the bench doing nothing. And it reminds me of some of the dialogues that we were exchanging, doing nothing in this course also. Yeah, that's what I can see. A lot of mixed faces, because this is an area where a lot of NGO workers are staying nowadays. And to give you some background of this thing, if you know about the Rohingya issue, the Myanmar people coming in Bangladesh to the border because they were sent out of the country from Myanmar. So that resulted adding to the population, of course, but a lot of funds came into Bangladesh and a lot of NGO focus came into Bangladesh. And Cox's Bazar, where I am now, is the southeast of Bangladesh, where suddenly this economical boom happened. A lot of hotels are in, a lot of profit because the NGOs are coming in, and the whole food system got changed. They never had, proper chow mein or, other foods. A lot of European food style is injected into restaurants and the food cafes, which we sometimes interestingly observe. Yeah, that's it, I guess. And everybody's having fun going to the beach. The beach is like 5 minutes from here.
Great. Really nice to see, to hear the sounds behind through the window. Okay. Anybody else would like to situate yourself?
Hi.
Hi.
This is Tatiana from Bucharest. So I just entered the Cismigiu Park. I'm wearing a mask. I'm not sure you can hear me very well. So what I wanted to share with you is that normally we have a lake in the park, But by this time in November, they take the water out of the lake, and I wonder what they do with the birds, because I can see no bird already and no water already. It's the first time I'm coming to the park, maybe in, I don't know, 5 days, and it's already no water. I thought normally they take it out because it doesn't have to freeze during the winter, but yeah, maybe it was a bit sooner, but also maybe because they, I think we're gonna have lockdown in December. I'm not sure, but that's the news. And now I'm heading to the dog place because I used to take my dog there, but now he's living with my parents. But that's my favorite part of the park. And yeah, what I see is 2 cocker spaniels, very happy to play in the leaves, and some kids. And I think nature is pretty gorgeous now with all the colors. It's 5 degrees maybe in Bucharest. And a lot of benches. What is curious about this park is that for many years we had a lot of benches and you could not move them, but now we have independent chairs and everybody can put them wherever they want in the park. So you can find a chair, I don't know, near the lake or in the middle of a square or something like this, and it's a total freedom for everybody to do this. And yeah, so at this hour basically there are a lot of dogs. So this is a happy hour for me. Not a lot of noise because there are not too many people outside. But yeah, that's a tackle. And well, yeah, this is the field recording from Bucharest.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, it gets a bigger picture of a puzzle of where we are. So maybe some other people can also say a little bit later where they are if they feel like. And I will now, so please keep walking, please look around, and can be, as you described, actually non-human beings or our non-human neighbors, but also maybe our human neighbors or passersby. And I will read the fragments of a text that actually now here in Germany, many places we are in the second lockdown, but during the first lockdown, when we were all exposed somehow to this shock doctrine of COVID, together with Ovuldur Muzoglu, as I said, we curated spontaneous projects in the windows of balconies of our district, and somehow, return to this idea of a neighborhood and who is a neighbor and how do we connect as neighbors, but also to the discussion around what can art do in these pandemic times, and is it necessary, and can art be in some sense seen as a necessity, as a recovery perhaps, as a drug, and as a neighborhood. And after I've read this text, we can maybe either sit down or keep walking and discuss or have some exchange about it. It was in the first weeks of the quarantine. It became clear that the more isolated we felt, the more we were in the need of intimacy and contact, intellectually and emotionally. So we decided to come together at a healthy distance in a popular park for our neighborhood. It was a warm, sunny afternoon despite the state of exception. We sat on the bench and talked about hope and possibility, which brought us to talk about balconies and their political history as stages of resilience and as places both private and public at the same time. Balconies as terraces of openness and hope, as well as platforms for authoritarianism and supremacy, as thresholds from which we can encounter the world during the confinement of the domestic, which is safe and sound for some, but not for the others. The emergency exit to take a breath of fresh air, catch a moment of sunshine or a smoke. We talked on how they became unique sites of everyday performance or even civic mobilization in times when staying home reveals itself as a privilege. how they turned from luxury terraces to the signs of democratization. Every architecture school has its own way of designing balconies. Everyone has their own way of inhabiting them, especially now. We decided to reach out to the balconies of our district against isolation and individualization, not leaving everything in the hands of the virus. We also talked about our condition of being independent curators at the moment. Independency means in reality a lot of dependence on grants, moods, circumstances, encounters, favors, and interests. And yet there is something we have always that has always attracted us to staying, so at least partly, next to our respective teaching assignments, that is, in the first place, proximity to artist positions and their vulnerability. Secondly, the deep feeling of freedom privileging art and content. And thirdly, responsiveness to the urgencies when institutional channels are blocked or too slow. Longing for art as a bodily encounter, mixed with a feeling of horror vacui and the unwillingness to join yet another digital exhibition or guided tour, we decided to address an invitation to the artists, writers, architects, choreographers living in our neighborhood, Prenzlauer Berg in Berlin, to share some signs of life on their balconies and windows during the Easter weekend in the form of public exhibition of sorts. And of course, here I have to make a footnote that, well, Berlin is a unique place in that regard. Of course, it's a place where per square meter you have a lot of artists and creative workers. So we also thought about the uniqueness of our neighborhood or our city. We realized that that was the moment. We were all here on our own in our quarantine spaces and not hectically traveling as usual required by our work responsibilities. Therefore, we started from our friends who invited other friends who made us reach out to strangers. Our invitation was picked up very fast and the whole initiative grew with a snowball effect. With zero budget, no opening, no crowds, the project turned into an intimate stroll to search for signs of life, art, and points of kinship and connection. Many, many people left their screens and came over, of course, individually. We were deeply moved by the warm reaction and curiosity of different publics. Prenzlauer Berg is one of the neighborhoods about which many have prejudices. It's generally considered an area of privilege, shaped around the needs of the nuclear family and made of only playgrounds, ice cream parlors, biomarkets, and restaurants. But Prenzlauer Berg is also home for artists, theater people, or writers. The quarter has an important history of artist squads, takeovers, one-night exhibitions, and many East German artists have lived here since the 80s. In former East Germany, just as in communist Poland, what was public, in a sense not of non-intimidated or uncensored life and art, frequently happened in somebody's kitchen rather than out in the open. Specifically, Prenzlauer Berg is a place where homemade resistance against the GDR regime hit critical mass. And from here, actually, the movement to destruction of the Berlin Wall started. Today, many locally and internationally acclaimed artists, often disconnected from the locality, continue to live here, actually more than we expected. As two curators coming from two major working class minorities of Germany, we decided to join our forces and visions to collaborate for a way of art making that we both believe in. In less than 15 days, this neighborhood initiative put people closer together than any regular contemporary art event. We chose to create an equality, invisible and open public frame by challenging GPS in our hands and heads. To protect people's privacy, we didn't give artist addresses. We created a map with dots and a list of artists living in the area, but you would not know which artist lived where. And you would look only for dots on the map. In that sense, it was an anti-hegemonic stroll beyond a particular authorship. And our curatorial choice was not the list of achievements of certain artists or its symbolic value, but the postcode of the area and the question, how can we relate to our isolation and the pandemic? Invited artists, curators, writers, architects, choreographers didn't seek our curatorial approval of their statements and contributions in a standard setting, and we were in no means the symbolic gatekeepers of the content. Everybody was producing what they felt like at the moment, on the threshold of life and art, private and public, in the windows and balconies. be it a swing hanging from the door, an action of spring cleaning by throwing unnecessary stuff through the window, or reading poems for an intercom. Artists Lina Madeleine and Rabbi Mrue actually did invite all the neighbors of their house to take part, who activated their windows and balconies, and the whole building spoke for itself. In the COVID-19 public debate in Germany, the artists and curators are not considered system relevant, and perhaps also for good reasons sometimes. We cannot save life, we cannot support them with, but we can support them with a grain of meaning, situate ontologically, tease a narration, shape thoughts and experiences on what is private, public, and political, show signs of life from windows, experience something through hope, empathy, joy, and sadness. The Balcone brought us a lot of belief in art and remade it almost in a drug, in a way of thinking about the world, as a way of building bonds and relations, create meaning, fabricating a non-digital community in isolation. Art presented from the domestic spaces also felt more intimate somehow, and this could be one of the things to learn from this experience, to zoom into where one lives, to take time to stop the hectic acceleration of consumption and production. This postponed exhibition and events, fired museum educators, collapsing budgets, the feeling that whatever we do we can only do in the digital and without asking who profits for them, was an urgency that put us in motion. We are now often asked by various media, I mean, that was some months ago, but sometimes we are still asked. We are now often asked by various media from different parts of the world, how was this project different from what we realized before? What did you learn from it? What not to go back to? And what we do ask ourselves is the famous Bruno Latour question: what are some suspended activities that you would like not to see coming back? What our initiative also asked is to look at vocabulary of production and exhibition making, the language we use. We tend to forget many things in the professional art world. One of them is actually a joy, sense, and simplicity of communicating. We also forget that we do too much, too fast, too hectically, yet we cannot live without each other. Therefore, we also need the screens. Now, with the obligatory slowdown, we also realized that we forgot the agency that art has in public sphere and space to respond and express needs and urgencies. Especially now, public art reveals itself as a part of a healing process, as a means to produce imaginative forms of publicness in the times where many gatherings for the upcoming months might be risky. It offered itself as a medium to relate to each other, avoiding crowd making. It comes forth as a powerful agency to reshape publicness, to create forms of care, support, and well-being, or perhaps just a random encounter. What is in fact public and counter-public in public art? What's the role in the construction of the public sphere and the society at large? Many of us, not only culture workers, are in need of situating ourselves in that moment, looking for ontological meaning outside of the museums in the airy city landscapes. This is an extraordinary opportunity for art to reach out, to rethink our interdependencies to each other and to non-human and beings, and finally, perhaps, to offer us some screen quarantine. We often read in curatorial and artistic statements about the power of art to recontextualize the status quo and create different narrations, but it hardly happens. The Balcone, as a spontaneous instance of art in public space, made us believe again that art actually can be a way of creating freedom within confinement, a way of shaping relations, understanding intimacy, overcoming fear, and creating moments of togetherness. To be able to translate what Naomi Klein very recently phrased as to kick the door of radical possibility open to our field of contemporary art meant challenging exhibition and project-making structures and codes of working, to go on the ground, to start from where we know best, to realize a response, a connecting gestures, a smoke sign, to tell another, I'm here. It was with zero budget, no commissioning frame, not commissioning at all, no funders, no opening, no spectacle, no fly in and out, no view and preview, no VIP and no champagne, no market in a way we usually exercise in the professional contemporary art world. The common concern we all had with the participants has been more substantial than the codes of conduct in the business as usual. Was it some kind of solidarity, bonding, conversation, the ideas of translocality with art? We need to highlight that, of course, we are absolutely against working for free and any form of exploitation. But it's there. But if there is a need for engagement, there are those rare situations where one can do just something because it feels necessary. And of course, it would be even better if under normal conditions, there would be more fairness and equal pay in the very hierarchized art world. And we also have to say that the city of Berlin was extremely responsive with offering a quick support for freelancers based not on national belonging, but based on who works, creates, and pays taxes here, or in other words, who is our neighbor. It is the neighborhood concept that turned the balcone relevant for various cultural contexts. We received questions for possible sister editions from India, Ghana, Chile, Indonesia, France, or Poland. Although the request came from very different countries, we don't think the balcone is like a biennial model to follow, where we fly around the world and implement it in various countries. Every place and local curators or initiators and communities know the best how to make their own editions. You are a neighbor always and everywhere you should think how to live together. And if art can be useful, if it can be a necessity, a recovery, a drug, a neighborhood, even better. Thank you. Right, so I read to you this text from a few months ago, and I'm curious if you have either questions, but actually maybe just some observations or comments about the ideas of neighborhood and translocality that actually this school is also creating. Would be great if you could share. Yeah, Julia, just go ahead.
Hi, thank you for this amazing text. I really love the project. I'm also based in Berlin, and I think it's something what was also very much needed in the creative community and art community, because I have the feeling that in the last years, it's something that was somehow substituted by the art market. You know, the meetings of artists didn't happen anymore, like in Bar 3 and so on. And I was curious how to recreate this, and your project is exactly what created this invisible connection between the artists. Plus, I feel it's the very first goal of curating, like thinking about the very first exhibition of Hans-Ulrich Obrist, who is a brand now, but back then his show in his apartment, in his kitchen, just in the fridge. So it's exactly what I feel with your exhibition. My question is, if you are planning to create the second edition during the second lockdown, or if the project is closed for you with the first wave.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, we are thinking about, because this project, as I read, questioned, you know, like a many normative or acquired way of curating. So we thought it's maybe necessary to keep on going in some sense. And also, as we see, the pandemic condition is not gone. So we are thinking of the moment of making like a calendar exhibition. So to make for this year, this April again, kind of a check on our neighbors, where they are, how they feel, and maybe not in the identical way, but to see, you know, who moved out, who moved in, and where do we stand now, and to make another edition in April, upcoming April. And so calling it a little bit like a calendar show. And then I guess we'll see every year if there is a need for it. But for the moment, we want to continue in the yearly manner.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's still very currently contemporary and needed and responding to what's happening. And it would be amazing to see this project going on and being, having the future, not having just one chapter. So looking forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Joanna. I'm Juan. I'm actually based in Brussels. I can't go outside now, but I've been through my window joining your very nice intervention. Thank you very much for sharing. I actually have a comment and perhaps a question just to steer a bit the discussions. It's related with, I remember at the beginning of the pandemic here in Brussels, I'm based in Saint-Gilles. It's a very mixed cultural neighborhood. People start in a way also reacting without, the inputs of any curatorial practices to the people on the streets also putting, like for instance, writing down messages and putting flowers or also toys for the kids that were trying to play in the streets. And it's very moving to see that. But during those strolls around the city in the confinements and the times I could go outside, actually, there's a question that comes to me in terms of, as a non-European, I'm originally from Colombia, it's related to actually who can, it's the question of who can be in the public and in the private in terms of bodies and the accessibility of citizenship. And during the times of the pandemic, I was more preoccupied because I know my community, my environment of artists and cultural producers, and we kept in touch, but I was right away preoccupied about people who were doing cleaning jobs or were as an immigrant living in other houses. And suddenly they have to be expelled of those private environments from others and have to rebuild and reconstitute their own privacy. That was one community I was very worried about. And the other one is literally the hundreds of people that are living in the streets here in Brussels, capital of Europe, at the open air. That is a situation that nobody really wanted to take in hands. So those communities for me were the first ones that I was actually thinking about it in terms of how are there, because there is no home. So when there's someone tell you like you have to stay at home, which home? You don't actually have one. So the question is how you in your practice working in the public realm, how you see like how can we from the curatorial practices rethink these categories of public and private now under the circumstances of this very fragile group of people and communities. And if it's probably a second chapter in your proposal at the balcony to engage these other spatialities and places for kind of, as I understand them, in between the private and the public.
Yeah. Thank you so much. You know, it's such a, of course, such an important point, and in the and very large question to address and issues, and maybe of course it feels absolutely right to be able to address it, but I think in the course of the pandemic, as we remember, you know, when we tried to understand the situation where we are, it became clear that of course staying at home is a privilege, because we cultural workers, many of us have this privilege of staying at home, and and domestic workers, perhaps some have lost the job, but some will continue working and taking public transport and going outside. And many of us didn't have to. So definitely, I mean, we try to make it clear that we address this project from the shared conditions of the privileged one that have a home and that can stay and continue to think and produce. But I think it's very sensitive issue for curators and artists, you know, how to create a situation working, for example, with or around homelessness issue in a manner that is not asymmetrical and respectful. So in other words, you know, how can I even understand this condition and do something that would go beyond just sharing a moral concern? Because if it's just a sharing a moral concern, maybe that's not enough. And this stays always in this axis of asymmetry. And maybe I don't have clear answers, but maybe one way of doing it is, of course, trying to figure out how art and activism cannot parasite on each other, but can empower each other. And I believe sometimes it's possible, maybe not in all cases, but sometimes. So for example, if you have many people who do tedious work on everyday basis, dealing with activist issues, and their job is to think and work with the issues of homelessness, maybe if a curator wants to address this issue, she should first go and learn from the activists who really know what it means and how does it work, and who work with homelessness or homeless people, and learn from there how can an art with its symbolic shifts, you know, with its amazing capacity to turn the status quo and to make some kind of creative ruptures in the society, how can art then be meaningful, not only in terms of just representing that issue, because I think this is perhaps more and more not enough. So if you have, I would say, you know, if you have willingness, courage, then this is the way to go curatorially, to really try to join forces that it's more than just purely symbolic. And there is an initiative in Berlin, which is a bit questioned by some, but adored by others. It's called, maybe some of you know it, Art of the Working Class magazine, newspaper. And it's a newspaper, a multilingual newspaper, because they find more and more that English is too much of a hegemonic language. So the articles are in many languages. And this is, so the content of the newspaper is very much about problems of art and discourse and what we are discussing. But actually it's sold by homeless people and the profit goes to them. And they also feature interviews and problems and present the homelessness. And it's a bit of a shock kind of putting, you know, because what is a problem of symbolic representation next to the fact that somebody lives in the street? But the initiators of the newspaper somehow try to really almost brutal manner, shock manner, try to have those two worlds meet. And I guess it's through these encounters that it will sometimes hurt, might feel inappropriate, but then perhaps something really comes out of it for art to act a little bit like a lift or, you know, a vehicle that certain problems might be much more heard, seen, visible. So, you know, I'm not sure I'm answering, but this is through trying and definitely also being humble to learn from those who deal with these issues on everyday basis and more profoundly than we would. This is what I can say. You have a comment, Juan or to this?
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, it's true. It's something that also I'm constantly thinking from curatorial practices, but it's like sometimes we also wanted to change some social situations, but perhaps the space of that curatorial is not, it's just as you said, a provoking through imagination to create. But that's also a process that needs time that for people to continue, and it's like a generator of first worlds that of first steps to begin some change. I'm particularly concerned about the example you just brought about from my perspective of the newspaper and the homeless people selling the newspaper. I haven't seen the project personally, but I'm quite skeptical about, because it's in the context of Berlin where art is, let's say, contemporary art is everywhere. You feel it. It's been a capital of art in Europe. But I don't know out of that context in other cities, other contexts, how that will operate. Homeless selling a newspaper that is framed into some specific community that knows what that content means.
Yeah.
But I need to explore more about the other projects to understand better. But thank you for the link. I will check it out certainly.
Yeah, thank you. There was another question?
Yeah, hi, Joanna. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just want to add some reflection on what you said. And actually, you know, as you said, during the March, when we had the lockdown and the pandemic crisis, and I was following what's happening, you know, on Facebook, on media, some the art projects or initiatives in Europe, the States, and made me, or just helped me, made us more in the East, in the Middle East, realize that such projects, this is our lifestyle or our values. The balcony, we always have our chat on the balconies, the neighborhood relationship, the community relationship within the community, and the solidarity, such terms that they are part of our daily life and part of our cultural values that maybe within this rapid life we started to forget about it. So when I was following what's happening, I realized that, oh, this is our lifestyle, that people in the West are really celebrating something that we are living every day, but we don't appreciate and we don't realize how important it is. So during the pandemic and such, because I read about the balcony project and I wrote about many other projects, it really made me, you know, just very happy. And maybe we should more work within the community to stay on these values and how to further it and enhance it further, especially that we don't have a social system. We have a poor government. We don't have support as a community. We have within us. So I just wanted to share this, that I'm very happy that even the balcony in our culture, the Arab cultures, the images, we have always people there having coffee there, having chats, you know, sympathize with each other. It's a place, it's always, we have it in our memory. So I hope that we will keep such things and we celebrate it more and more. And that's it.
Right. Thank you. Actually, you know, one way of making you realize this is the lockdown, but I believe art in general might have a similar capacity to lockdowns. So serving a little bit like a mirroring or augmenting lens or some kind of machine for recontextualization or realizing. So that's also why we need art for, I guess, to realize those values.
True.
I have a question. And
yes,
like actually two broader questions. Thank you very much, Joanna. I think it has been very refreshing to talk to you, listen to you,
sitting in a park in a very cold weather, but I think this dialogue is very heartwarming. So I wanted to ask a question about this immateriality, this immaterial aspect in your practice in general. So moving from working with things to gatherings, actions, or like performance, or let's maybe call it as a shared movement or like an encounter. Maybe here I'm referring to not only the Balcone project, but one of your also previous projects that I really find inspiring, so Stadium X. And so this form of being and sharing, like keeping, I think this kind of becomes a methodology, like maybe work on itself that keeps the objective of art in the background. And I find this very liberating. So I wanted to ask you how this way of working to reformulate your relation, working with your collaborators, not only maybe artists, but people from also different backgrounds, but also a wider audience, because it seems to me in this way there's a sign of more flat hierarchy between partners and also sorts and playfulness and openness. And then my second question would be about documentation of such, let's say, maybe performative curating. I wonder if this is something that interests you. So how to document this shared movement, what to leave behind and in which format. So can we also think about some other less conventional formats of documenting? And yeah, that's my second question.
Right, thank you. Yeah, important question. So first is, that actually I have a theater background. I was studying theater science, and then many years ago, like discovering more conceptual approach to theater through Xavier Leroy, Jerome Bell, or these very famous names by now. Through this conceptual theory, actually, I moved to visual arts. I mean, it's a long journey. Anyhow, the fact that it's immaterial, that it's more about people and moment and performativity, I guess, comes from the fact that I was interested in the theater, but through conceptual lens. So somehow that was the meeting point, maybe, perhaps. And yeah, and working in the public, working with gathering was also for me, to go beyond this dichotomy, what is private and the public, and being interested more in the notions of publicness as experiences, something like a public gathering, public moment, a public demonstration, right? Those are the forms where the publicness is being enacted and reenacted. There is this term of Polish-American sociologist Elżbieta Matynia, performative democracy. So how when we look at the democracy, once in a while, it needs to take this more carnivalesque forms, as it does now in Poland with this strikes, women's strikes and fights against the severing of abortion. So the moment in which actually the borders between also art and life get blurred, because very often you have artists contributing to those moments. And I'm interested in those thresholds, in those, objecthood has always seemed for me only one way of how art is documented, and it has been, or how art history has grown, and it has been very unfair, I think, to the art history, because you cannot document something only through the narration of objects. So I'm trying to go another way. Actually, probably some years ago, Claire Bishop wrote this book, which tries also to look at the last 100 years of art history, actually starting from Futurism and first avant-gardes, through the lens of performance and theater, and not only material production. So I guess there is still a lot of work to do there. And also in general, when you work with the public, I think what you need to enjoy is the negotiation, permanent negotiation about what art is and what it can be. Because when you go to the museum, first of all, not many people feel intimidated to even enter the museum, because they might feel it's not for them. And when you work with the public art, out in the public, you don't have this problem. In a sense, it's an encounter in the same way as advertisement does. You know, people sitting in big corporations, they don't feel guilty about like imposing their message, and very often their message has no value other than serving some capitalist interests. So I guess art in a way can and should also in a degree you know, make itself available for random encounters. And when there is a random encounter, often it's followed by a question, is this art? This is what I often hear, is this art and why? But I think, you know, it seems like a banal question, but actually I'm very glad when I hear this question, because this means there is a curiosity to learn what art is, and it means art has disturbed something, art has provoked, art happened, art has provoked already something, and on this you can build some kind of, you know, mediation, negotiation. And I also enjoy negotiating and involving non-art actors, partners to projects. And of course it's messy and it's you know, it's a long process and it's painful often, but somehow it's also fun because you're out of your bubble most of the times, and it makes you think also, what is it for, you know? And when it comes to documentation, of course, it's a long discussion, I guess, started with Fluxus and other forms. And yeah, I will not be very original when I say that the process is also important. Maybe some protocols are important, and finding ways that it's not only a photograph on the wall at the end, but maybe finding ways for reoccurrence of events, or yeah, some kind of scripts. And here, an example would be, for example, how Romanian artist Alexandra Pirici, with whom I have worked a lot, how she thinks about monuments. And she has created this monument in the city of Göteborg, monument of work, actually in the city that used to be a very much working city. And this monument is being reactivated every year. But of course, by its reactivation, you know, reactivation is also like a calendar monument, one can say, because it gets reactivated, but the situation might be different in which the monument lands. And then you see maybe what the monument stood for when it was created, but also in which circumstances now it's being revisited. So somehow the present and the past are being re-energized through that artwork. And I think that's maybe the direction to go in thinking about documentation. How once in a while this idea of publicness can be re-energized and brought back, and, you know, function a little bit like a temperature check or where we are.
Right now I could invite Adrian to take his role of course leader.
Yes, I was already wondering.
Great.
So, are there any other questions? Otherwise, I'll try and wrap it up for the moment.
Yes, I'd like to add something, if I may.
Yes.
Hi, Joanna. Thank you very much for all your ideas. I would like to add some of my thoughts to the previous comments on all these topics. So here in Athens, there's also a quite similar project with balconies happening, but it's not only about showing artworks on balconies, it's actually about showing laundry as a form of documenting the everyday life in Athenian neighborhoods. So it makes me think that obviously now with the lockdown and with COVID and the impossibility of meeting and going to and sharing space together, we kind of re-inhabit our spaces. And I also enjoy the idea that, you know, thinking about other places in the world, we reevaluate our situations. And the relationship we have with our spaces becomes very dynamic, because you see yourself using the balcony in different ways, using your walks, your daily walks in different ways. So it's very interesting. And I wonder if Joanna has anything to add about how you think after this period of staying more confined and more lonely maybe, or more alone, how do you think we will come together again after this? What do you think would be for you the ideas or the knowledge we have gained after all this experimentation with curating or even with everyday life?
I'm not quite sure, but I think we lost Joanna.
Okay, anyway, I mean, this is a question is maybe big, and we'll see what happens in the future.
I'm here, sorry.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for a comment. Well, you know, it's a very important question. I think it's as was it Ibrahim, the previous talk? Yeah, he was saying how the COVID is changing us from within. Well, in the optimistic scenario, I would hope that all this unnecessary stuff that was so present, so much of unnecessary stuff when it comes, for example, to forming of publicness, would be seen with more skepticism, and that we would be more prompt at thinking what is the core, what we are doing, you know, which kind of values we follow. And that's a bit optimistic, but I try to be to be kind of a cruel optimist. So that would be one thing. And what could be the role of art in it? Yeah. And second is, yeah, I hope there will be a lot of dancing happening.
Nice. Yeah, thank you. I was just,
thank you.
I just wanted one idea to this. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this, also for the interesting questions, but for most of all for the beautiful presentation. I enjoyed it a lot because in a way I heard like I'm at the age where my memory is getting badder and badder, and I was told by a meteorologist that you have to walk around, and voice in my ear, each thought you were formulating has now a certain place in the walk, and some of the things I could even relate to directly while you were talking about the homeless people selling art newspapers. I was walking past a homeless lady selling a newspaper, not an art newspaper. So I think it was beyond the content an extremely nice and good experience, and kind of, bodily experience also. So from my side, thank you very much, Joanna, for bringing us out away from the screen into the balconies, so to say. And
Yeah.
I think.
Right. Thank you, Adrian, also for inspiring us in your film too. But I wanted to ask also one thing at the very end, although it was on purpose the acoustic walk, and of course it was out of the screens, but I think it could be because it was so wonderful to hear where other people are situated. Maybe each of us at the end of the walk could take a picture of the place where they are at the end, and then we can have a collection from those moments that we shared together in the now.
It's nice. It was exactly my thought as well, because like this we can illustrate the different thoughts that are distributed now across the globe, basically. But the problem is I just walked back home, so I can only take a picture from home.
Sure, everybody has some kind of point where they are. So just take the point where you are.
Please send pictures. We want to know where you are.
We have your video from Instagram, Adrian.
Okay, perfect.
Good. So I wish you a fantastic week and great learning moments together.
Thank you very much, Joanna, for this great.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Joanna.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Have a great week.
Bye.
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 Hello.
Hello. You ready?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm in Appenzell and I'm not 100% sure of the connection. So maybe when I share my slides, I might just put my video off if that's fine. We try.
Okay.
Okay.
In Appenzell? In the, how's it called? The Alpenrose Hotel? No?
I'm with some friends.
Nice.
Yeah.
So because we are anyway streaming all the time here, everything we are saying now is public.
Super.
Yeah. But we'll wait another 3-4 minutes to start the presentation.
How was your stroll?
It was nice. It was great. It was. I was a little bit at the beginning doubtful if it works technically, but it worked very well. It was like a nice experience having Joanna, who has actually quite a nice voice, in the ear and talk and reading this text, and then you could locate certain things she was saying into the environment, onto a building, into a balcony, into a church, and so on. So yeah, it was very nice. And I'm always, we have very good participants. They ask good questions and engage the speakers into a good conversation.
I can see some of them. Hi, Anne.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hello.
Hello, Georgiana. How are you?
Good. Refreshed now after this really nice talk. And how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Hi, hello, Tara.
Hello, Diana. Hi, nice to meet you in person, or face anyway.
Same here. And welcome to the group.
Thank you. I'm curious. I'm excited to be here. I was just saying to Adrian, but I guess you heard, I'm like not 100% sure of my connection. So when I share my slides, I might just put off my video, if that's fine, for safety, because I have quite some high resolution images.
Ooh, so you'll block the Appenzell internet.
Hopefully not, yeah.
One more minute. Okay. It's 4 o'clock in Romania now, 3 o'clock here in Zurich and in Appenzell, where you are, Tara. Welcome back to our public part of the new now Autumn School of Curating. Last but not least, we have now Tara Lasrado with us, who will give a talk with the, I have to read the title, with the title Landscapes of in brackets, Learning on Ecology, Care and Community. Tara is an independent producer and curator, particularly interested in working on experimental, collective and interdisciplinary collaborations for diverse audiences. From 2013 to 2016, she worked for Manifesta, the European Biennial of Contemporary Art, in both the head office in Amsterdam in Manifesta 10 and in St. Petersburg in the local Manifesta team, also here in Zurich. Since 2016, she has been active in various projects, including Aqui Aora, Artist Residency, Forward Festival Zurich, Fun and Fury Performance Program at Cabaret Voltaire, and Gemeinsam wie Bienen, that would be Together Like Bees, as a part of About Us Zurich Intercultural. I know Tara since she first came as a part of the Manifesta team to Zurich to basically bring Manifesta to Zurich, which happened in 2016. That was also during the 100-year Dada Jubilee. And as one could imagine from the short presentation I read of your biography, Tara has also been working with me in Cabaret Voltaire in our performance program. And something that's not mentioned in the short biography is also this project which I guess a lot of what you will be talking about today is based on, because at the beginning of this year you were also co-curator of this, how would I call it, conference with the title Under the Mango Tree. And I think we will hear about that. Right now, Tara is working on a future project, or one that will actually launch next year, which is called Ecology X. And I guess this will also be one of the speaking points of your presentation. Thank you very much for joining us, Tara. It's a great pleasure to have you here and to also have this sixth and different perspective, which is more, let's say, yesterday we had a very close relation to plants, and today it's maybe more about the bigger relation, ecology. And what I liked a lot about your ideas and works is this role of the artist that can be in between as a kind of mediator or translator of science, NGOs, and local communities. So with this, I would like to give you the word and enjoying listening to you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Adrian. And thank you also to Diana and Georgiana for all of the back and forth correspondence to get here today. Yeah, as Adrian mentioned, I'm currently in Appenzell, and I'm not 100% sure how the connection is gonna go with my slides. So I will shortly switch my camera off and put the slides on. Yeah, but I just wanted to say to begin with, it's kind of an interesting moment to sit down and really, I would say, yeah, reflect the last few weeks as I was preparing for this talk. It was, yeah, the first time I think in the last 2 years that I really sat and had to a bit go through, yeah, the different projects I've been working on and the different people that I've been working with. And I'm kind of excited to share this with you. And for me also, it's also a, yeah, a moment of reflection, as Adrian mentioned before. I'm about to start a new project, which now I really see clearly has been the culmination of the last 2 years of work. And yeah, I think it's a very interesting moment to share with you. And I'm looking forward to see where this discussion is leading. So I will share my screen, and I hope that you can still hear me. Okay, do you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, super. So I guess today, as the title leads to Landscapes of Unlearning on Ecology, Care and Community, I would like to share with you the last 24 months of experiences that I've had, and also with some of the people that I've been engaged with and working with, and sort of share with you, yeah, my reflections on this topic. I would start by saying that in 2018, I decided to take a little break from work, and I went traveling for half a year. And when I returned to Zurich at the beginning of 2019, I was, yeah, in a transition period, I would say, and looking for a new project. And I sort of opened that up beyond the art world, and found myself applying for a lab called Crowther Lab, which I will tell you about in a little bit. And last week I thought, yeah, how did I even end up there? And I ended up finding the motivation letter that I wrote to apply for this job. It was an admin position at the time. And I found 2 paragraphs that I just wanted to share with you, because I think it sort of sets the tone a little bit for, yeah, the work that has followed from them. So I will just read these 2 paragraphs to you. Dear Professor Crowther,
While the majority of my professional experience has been linked to the creative industries, contemporary art has been my tool to date to understand the world we live in. Many projects I've worked on recently have addressed climate change, and the majority of what I have learnt in this field has come from artworks I have seen or produced at exhibitions or biennales. For example, at Akiora, an artist residency in Tulum, Mexico, we invited artists to explore nature as their auditorium and focused on asking questions about how artistic practice and public intervention can contribute to the social fabric. Projects touched on marine pollution, environmental devastation, colonialism, and humanity's relationship with the natural world. My growing interest and concern in climate change peaked last year when I traveled for 7 months through Russia and ex-Soviet countries, Iran, and South and East Africa. During this trip, we witnessed another state of the world, where concepts of recycling and waste management simply did not exist, but where rural village life became an example to the developed world. I returned to Zurich in February 2019, feeling more conscious. The force of young people I saw at the Klimastreik demos, or the climate strike demonstrations in Switzerland and abroad, has been totally inspiring and made me more and more eager to be up to date about the direction our planet is heading. Currently, I am reading Adventures in the Anthropocene by Gaia Vince, which gives me a more optimistic outlook on our changing planet. But still, the work needs to be done, and I'm very motivated to be part of this process. So this was me in March 2019. It's just a snippet of a very long motivation letter, maybe, yeah, a little bit too long for the purpose. But basically, I got into touch with the Crowther Lab, and I don't know how much more I know about ecology than I did when I started there last year, but it's been a very interesting. Wait, I'm just sorry. It's been a very interesting and intense 1.5 years of a collaboration. I don't know how many of you know the Crowther Lab, but basically it's an interdisciplinary lab based at the ETH here in Zurich that is looking at trying to understand and generate an understanding of ecology in order to address biodiversity loss. So the lab really believes in protecting biodiversity and feels that it's a very strong tool to fight climate change. And I think what's really interesting with the lab is that it's not only producing high impact research, but they have a very practical approach to the work. And I'll come to that in a little bit. But just to give you a little bit more insight into the lab, it's highly interdisciplinary, and the lab really works with using a combination of mathematical modeling and a combination of genetic approaches to identify fine-scale ecological mechanisms. And using this combination of remote sensing and also Earth system modeling, they try to extrapolate ecological information in order to identify the relevance of it on a global scale for current and future climate predictions. And the lab was actually came to be founded 3 years ago now. Yeah. When Professor Crowther, he actually mapped in 2015 it was, he had mapped the distribution and diversity of trees across the world for the first time, meaning he basically counted how many trees there were on Earth. And he found in his research that there were approximately 3 trillion trees on Earth, where previous estimates and research had suggested that there were only 4 billion trees. And just to give you a little bit of insight into how he did this, where previously it was really from, you could say, satellite imagery that was used, Thomas Crowther, who's the founder of the lab, he had worked with foresters on the ground and looked at more than 400,000 official tree counts, which were done by foresters on the ground. So comparing that with the existing satellite imagery, he was able to come to this prediction that there was 3.4 trillion trees on Earth. And at the same time last year, in 2019, in July, the lab released a second high impact paper on the potential for tree restoration, where they identified that there would be an area of 0.9 billion hectares available, or like 0.9 billion hectares of available space to restore trees. And yeah, I think this research really resonated with a lot of people, even outside of the academia world, because it's such a simple, I think, yeah, the relation to trees is something that I think many, yeah, it's something that's very relatable. And I think that like showing that this percentage of hectares for reforestation could capture up to 2/3 of human-made carbon emissions, showing it as a very powerful tool for drawing down carbon from the atmosphere, really made it on international headlines. And at the same time, beyond the academic and the scientific world, I think, yeah, the last years in the art world, there's really been a shift in thinking and a lot of focus towards environmental and ecological topics. And this momentum was felt also at the lab, where they were receiving a lot of requests actually for collaborations with the lab, with exhibitions, or yeah, artists, individual artists approaching the lab to ask if they could meet scientists and collaborate with scientists. And so, yeah, I sort of found myself in this position at the lab where to sort of develop an artistic program or facilitate meetings between artists and scientists. And yeah, I will just, wait, let me go through it. Sorry, I forgot about my slides. This just shows the mapping of the tree potential paper. And yeah, the last 1 year at the lab, I would say I was sort of experimenting a little bit with what it means for artists and scientists to collaborate. And what I found is that it was a very, I would say, yeah, minimalistic or not a very fruitful collaboration, meaning artists would come to the lab, maybe meet a scientist, have a coffee, exchange the paper, and the artists would go off and yeah, produce their work. And for me, I didn't find this as very meaningful. We tried with different formats, you know, where we provided a lot of space for artists and scientists to meet more in informal settings, and saw that this was actually more fruitful than what was previously happening. And this like was for 6 months, I would say, a mix. We worked also with art schools here in Zurich. We also worked with institutions in Basel to produce a performance piece on climate change. We worked with HKB, the art school in Bern, to connect Crowther Lab members with art students and see after a period of 2 weeks what sort of projects would come out of it. And yeah, I think like throughout this process, I must say, I found that there's definitely an interest from both sides, from both scientists and artists, and a willingness to sort of understand the practices that each of the disciplines are working on. But I just felt like the formats or how to bring together these two very distinct worlds were not really nurtured. And yeah, this was a bit my experience at the lab. And at the same time, last year, I jumped to my next project, and at the end, I will come to connecting them all. Yeah, Under the Mango Tree was a project that was initiated in 2017 by Sepaka Angiyama, who's an educator and a curator, and at that time was working as the head of education for the Documenta in Athens and Kassel. And as part of her education project, she wanted to bring together artist-run initiatives and libraries and artists working at the intersection of education and art together, but not necessarily from Europe and from the US, but really from the global South, and looking more at bringing together practices who were working on unlearning and working on alternative forms of art history. And so Under the Mango Tree, as I mentioned, started in 2017, linked to Documenta. And she asked me last year if I would be interested to think with her how we could develop a second edition of Under the Mango Tree, but maybe not linked to an institution. And so what happened, it came at a good time that one of the participants from the first edition in Athens and Castle, Sanchayan Ghosh, he's a professor of art history in India at the Kala Bhavna Institute in Shantiniketan. He invited Sapaka and I and Under the Mango Tree to hold the second edition in Shantiniketan. So the Kala Bhavna, the Art Institute in Shantiniketan, was celebrating its 100-year centenary or anniversary in 2019. It's an art school. It's basically located like 3 hours south of Calcutta. And it was founded in 1919, same year that Bauhaus was founded. And basically, yeah, I would say it was very progressive for its time. And had some similar principles that Bauhaus was also exploring at this time of what it means to have a experimental art school or art education. Given the way that art history progressed in the Western world, I guess it sort of was forgotten from Western art history. And during the Bauhaus 100 years anniversary, there again was sort of a revival or some attention brought to this from Europe. And at the same time, this school has, yeah, really been existing for 100 years. It's Shantiniketan. I will just tell you like a little bit about the history of this space. Shantiniketan, it means the abode of peace. And it was founded by a Nobel Prize writer and poet Rabindranath Tagore. And Tagore's father, he actually bought like 5 acres of land in this area, which is now called Shantiniketan. And he built a garden house there. So we're speaking like around 1862, 63, where he built a garden house in this very barren land, and he set it up as a place for meditation and as a sort of a spiritual place. This is the father of Tagore. And Tagore himself, he wanted to explore this idea of an experimental school. So in 1901, he sort of brought together some teachers and some students and was experimenting with what it meant to set up a school in this rural part of West Bengal in India. And the motto of the university is where the whole world can find a nest. And this really, I mean, if you know Tagore, and if you don't, I would really encourage you to sort of read. He was very visionary and very progressive for his time, and had a very interesting approach of sort of working in this very local and rural localities, but at the same time having this perspective of what it means to connect with other cultures and have a worldly view of the world. And he was looking and was interested in following this idea of education as a holistic field and trying to bring students and teachers together and like facilitate a sort of space for communal learning and really like learning outside of like the institution and outside of studios. But Under Mango Trees was back then really the core of his ideas. And Tagore really wanted to create a curriculum that showed 2 things. One was, like, as I mentioned, connecting with the locality, but also having this resonance that, would attract and stretch beyond what was happening at the school. So having this international or global view of the world. And for him, there were sort of 2 core elements that he believed in. One was that contact with other cultures was necessary for sustaining creative vitality. And the other was that art should have a robust contact with life around it and really moving out beyond the studio into the public space and into the lives of other people. And one of his educational experiments was this rural construction program. And I mean, this land basically where the school was set up was really barren. I will read you a small text, which is from our Shiva Kumar, who's a professor of art history that we met during Under the Mango Tree. He said, when Tagore established his school here, the place was drought-prone, barren land. It was transformed into a lush green place by Tagore and some of his associates. It was in a way an environment built from scratch. Alongside this transformation of the environment, he also set himself to building a culture. He wrote songs and plays that made one take note of the landscape. He also created new secular festivals that welcomed the spring, the rains, and the autumn. If you take all this activity together, it amounted to building a culture from scratch within the framework of a community. And I think like this is really like at the core of what Shantiniketan is. He wanted to sort of also, he himself, Tagore, was like a pioneer in art and craftsmanship, but also in rural life. And this connection with the community around where the school was very important and a core part of this rural reconstruction program that I briefly mentioned. He was not interested in teaching, but rather like facilitating activities and understanding what the local rural village people needed and how the students from the art school could contribute or learn from these processes. And yeah, I think this focus of really being in the locality, but at the same time having this global perspective is something that really resonated with us. And so I would like to just show you a little bit about, yeah, this the context of Shantiniketan, but then what this meant for Under the Mango Tree. We organized like a 5-day gathering with contributors coming from Europe, India, Bangladesh, actually from South Asia, but also from Puerto Rico. We also had some contributors. And the idea was that over 5 days, they would propose workshops that could sort of span over the 3 to 4 days. And we were really situated within the Art Institute of Kalabavna. And 100 students have been joining over the week, different workshops that were proposed from the contributors. All of the workshops had or focused on self-organized processes, as well as engaging with the sort of institutional setting that we were based in at the Kalabavna Institute. And some of the contributors were also reflecting on the founding principles, some that I just outlined, of Shantiniketan and Tagore's pedagogical model. And we saw this through a mix of writing and listening sessions, hands-on workshops, making with local materials. We had some lectures here, you see, from some of the current professors from the Art Institute, and still, and also like trying to, I guess the focus was on land-based learning and what this means for the individual and the collective body. So we had also a mix of movement workshops, but also at the same time coming together every day to eat together and cook together. And I think when I look at these pictures, actually, to think this was in February of this year, just before sort of the pandemic kicked in, it's kind of incredible to see like how much of this week, what that actually meant of us to be physically there together for 5 days. And this was really an interesting and very special experience. And I think, yeah, maybe we can talk a little bit about it in the discussion, but I just wanted to, yeah, share this idea of, yeah, unlearning and how, yeah, and how sort of not rejecting, but thinking of alternative forms of knowledge production than what the Art Institute was providing. And there were many, like I would say, beyond the Kalabavna grounds, we also had some projects that took place and materialized in venues in and around the space. For example, on private agricultural sites, in gardens, open air stages, libraries of the university, and at the same time also conventional studio spaces. And one project I would just like to share with you is related to the Harvest School. So Dharmendra Prasad is a artist from Bihar, from the north of India, and was a contributor to the second edition of Under the Mango Tree. And he came with a project that he's been developing for many years now, the Harvest School, which is basically also based on his own practice, which is informed by his experience and the situation where he lives in Bihar within this eco-rural context. And for Under the Mango Tree, I mean, we, as I mentioned, we had like 5 days together, but Dharmendra actually came earlier and had an extended exchange with the students of the Cluj-Napoca Institute, and was proposing exercises and a curriculum. He actually asked the students to propose the curriculum, and he did that by proposing a series of exercises within the farmland and the trees and agricultural sites around Shantiniketan. So it didn't actually take place on the grounds of the Cluj-Napoca, but trying to understand through various exercises through the body, trying to understand through the body, or using the body as a tool for understanding the rural. And yeah, I would like to read first just a little bit about Dharmendra's, or a quote from Dharmendra about agricultural sites, which I think really sets the tone for his thinking and thought process and practice. Agricultural sites are natural sites and lifelines of cultures. Their historical and contemporary roles are diverse and ambivalent. Harvest sites are symbols of dreams, creative inspirations, violence, authorship, exploitations, social inequality, and revolutions. Agricultural sites are also the carriers of rituals, festivals, economy, mass art, folk art, material culture, oral narratives, and life. Agricultural sites serve perfectly as spread geometry of food, art, authorship through continents and cultures. So yeah, basically the Harvest School is a project that he developed from his own experiences being based in Bihar and coming from an agricultural village there. And the school is basically is influenced by the harvest and practices harvest as a philosophical but also futuristic possibility, which is largely influenced by the condition of the village, rural occupations, and technology. And I guess the school, I would say, is working at the intersection or the junction of rurality, ecology, art, and pedagogy. And I think, having this really practice-based experience, which Dharmendra has, he grew up and he's been living in this village, and at the same time left the village to study painting in New Delhi and come back to the village. And I think that, his position within this local community is super valuable and forms his own artistic practice. And he's really, I would say, in this process of learning and mutual learning with those farmers and those members of the community around him who have a lot of knowledge of how the land has changed over time and what work is needed on this land. And we right now, just a side note, are also working together on a project called Care Biosphere, which is exactly this. It's trying to collect the stories and collect the knowledge that exists of the land, and at the same time try to understand what is needed and what knowledge is maybe missing and what has changed over time. And maybe I can tell you about this in a little bit, but I would like to switch, after Under the Mango Tree, which took place in Shantiniketan in West Bengal. I wanted to make use of the opportunity that I was in this region. And I went to Bangladesh for two reasons. One was linked a little bit to the work that I was doing at Crowther Lab, but the other is that at the time I was studying a CRS, or a Certificate of Advanced Studies, at the art school in Zurich, and the study was in arts and international cooperation. The focus was on how to make art in areas of conflict or in fragile contexts. And at the time we had to write a thesis, and I was in Shantiniketan, and I was able to get a research grant to go to Bangladesh, because for me, I knew Bangladesh mainly, I didn't know too much about it, but I knew about it in terms of its environmental fragility. I had heard of the numerous cyclones, of the numerous floods, and in terms of this context, I sort of knew and understood that it was an environmentally fragile context. So for my studies, I decided to go and do a research trip in Bangladesh to explore a little bit sort of the environmental issues that were being faced there, but at the same time to sort of see what role art and the role of artists could play in such a context. And I think, Bangladesh, I don't know for how many of you know about the country, but it's a very specific geographic position. Apart from a small hilly region in the Chittagong hill tracts, the whole country is at sea level, and it also sits on the Earth's largest river delta. So water is a very strong element of the country for both positive and negative reasons. And in general, the country faces numerous environmental issues in terms of deforestation and biodiversity loss and pollution, but also, as I just mentioned, a lot of natural occurring events like flooding and cyclones, which are also, with the current climate crisis, further exaggerated and exacerbated in terms of these extreme weather events, which have quite, I would say, devastating effects on the local population in terms of livelihood, insecurity, and migration. And maybe on a more historical, culturally side, Bangladesh has a very beautiful relation to the natural environment, and I mean it's sort of ingrained in their culture and in their festivities, and they also they celebrate it being a land of 6 seasons, which is not only linked to agriculture and economic and communication factors, but it's also inspires really all the art and the culture and the festivities and spirituality of the population. Just to put it a bit in perspective, a lot Bangladesh is sort of at the bearing end or experiences quite intense effects of climate change, even though they are not really the ones causing it, if I had to say it quite simply. I have this fact here that Bangladesh emits only 0.3% of the emissions producing climate change in the world, which compared to the average European citizen emits as much as 11 days that an average Bangladeshi emits in an entire year. So yeah, just to put it into proportion, the actions or what's happening in our part of the world and the effect that it's happening on other parts of the world, I think is a very crucial topic. And while I was on my research trip, I sort of connected with various artists or organizations in the country or around the country who really, very proactive in terms of working with communities or working on projects in areas of the country that are actually experiencing some of the effects or environmental effects, but also effects of climate change. And for me, it really made me see that where previously climate change was maybe in Bangladesh was being addressed mainly by the development industry, I saw a really huge potential of the role of artists during my 3-week trip. And I would like to share some of the experiences that I had. I'm just going to quickly check the time. So yeah, I would like to share with you from the Centrul Arts Organization, which is based in Chittagong and Alikadam region. Alikadam is part of the Chittagong hill tracts, which I mentioned is some of the hillier region in Bangladesh, and where 12 ethnic minorities and an indigenous community are living. And Centrul is actually working and has been working since 1998 with the indigenous community in the Alikadam region. This is also a little bit of a critical area where there's a severe water crisis in the region, which is due to deforestation. And also in recent years, the plantation of tobacco, which has caused not only a threat to the local community and biodiversity, but yeah, it's actually causing quite some disruption to the local community who are lured into exploitative labor conditions on these tobacco fields. And Shantran are working there. They've created a multidisciplinary art space and training program, which is for both the Moor indigenous community, but also for the Bengali children, and really focusing on education around local resources, and at the same time trying to preserve the knowledge and the traditional art and crafts of this indigenous community. And for me, it offered great insights actually into what's possible in terms of cultural production and collaboration when establishing a long-term relationship with local members of the indigenous community who actually have quite a great knowledge of the land and how it's changed over time. And here's just a project now during the pandemic that Monjo, from a friend of mine from Shantran, sent me. They're creating a community garden together with the indigenous Moor community in order to spread a bit the resources in these difficult times. And the second organization that I was visiting was the Gidri Bauli Foundation of the Arts, which is based in Takolgaon, which is in the north of Bangladesh. And here I was meeting with Shadin and Mushum, you see the picture. And they're really working to create like cultural and artistic exchanges between artists and the local indigenous Shantal community through various collaborative approaches. Shadin himself, he grew up in Takolgaon, in this village in Balia, and he himself experienced really the changes of the lifestyle from a hunter-gatherer lifestyle to a more modern agrarian one over the last years. And they are facilitating various projects in Takolgaon. I'll just show you a bit the pictures here. One is called Insight, which is a collaborative artist residency where artists from Dhaka are coming to the village in Balia in order to collaborate with members of the community. And the goal is actually to find solutions for local environmental topics by creating a balance of traditional and modern knowledge. And I find this really inspiring because there is so much knowledge actually existing within this community. And I think that when artists are coming into the village, it's providing a really interesting platform to see how the people there have been used to preserving nature over time, and how these how these practices are gradually shifting, and also what's enforcing these shifts. And it's not necessarily about finding a solution. Maybe there is one, and maybe there might be one found, but maybe not, and how both artists and community can learn from one another through a balance of information. And it is a long process. Gidri Bauli really investing in the fact that it's maybe not coming to a solution after a residency, but like building trust within the community and being able to see with time how ideas and how different knowledges about the local environmental topics can be engaged. And I think the goal of Insight, for example, is really to prepare the local community for the impacts of climate change that will hit them hard. Seeing how by engaging the community, these can be maybe addressed collectively. This is also, I must say now, a lot of my friends in Bangladesh at the moment are working on community gardening projects. Here you see, what's the name? This is actually an abandoned plot in the area from Balia, where Gidri Bauli based, and trying to use or retrieve local agricultural knowledge, and at the same time harvest stories and practices from the community. And the last project that I just want to share with you, it's basically in the Cox's Bazar district in the south of Bangladesh. So the Cox's Bazar district actually shelters more than 1 million Rohingya refugees who were displaced during the ethnic clashes in Myanmar. And here, this is sort of the location of the refugee shelters. There's more than 700,000 refugees sheltered here. And to build the shelters, they actually cleared or had to cut down almost 6,000 acres of forest. And during this, next to like the deforestation that happened to build the shelters, the remaining forest was actually also being being sort of accessed by refugees because they wanted access to firewood, for their shelter. And the crazy thing is that this was actually a protected forest and used to be a core habitat for Asian elephants to migrate from Bangladesh to Myanmar. So elephants were going, before the shelters were put there, elephants were going through this corridor. And what that happened is when the refugee shelters were put there, there were many encounters of elephants entering the camps, and there was actually also some accidents and even a few deaths in the camp at the result of the fact that the members of this community were not sure how to deal with the elephants. So the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, it's a global organization, and the country representative from Bangladesh, he initiated a project which was a mix of training and trying to instill a message of coexistence with elephants and the members of the community, but at the same time training them how to warden off elephants if they would approach the camps. And this was a project in collaboration with Shadin, who I just mentioned, is also is the founder of the Gidri Bauli organization. And he, together with members of the refugee camp, created these life-size elephant structures made out of bamboo, which were then used with live, so sort of the men from the camp would make the bamboo structure, and women in the camp would sew, or old clothes were used to sew and to sort of decorate these elephants. And instead of, I guess there was a huge also a language barrier between with members from the community, so they thought these live demonstrations would be a good way in order to train, and they set up tusk teams that were trained to look out for elephants. They were taught how also to bring these sort of life-size structures where people could get protection under them and at the same time confront the elephants. And I thought this was a really, really inspiring project to sort of bring together local knowledge, but also local community engagement. Has an element of education, but also that they also are empowered a bit to deal with local environmental issues that they're being faced with. And just to sort of bring this all together, I think I'm a little bit over time, but I do it very quickly. I guess having this, being embedded within the Crowther Lab and having this very, I would say, academic and scientific institutional experience, me myself not as an academic at all, or scientist either, and then at the same time having these various projects or experiences where I was working or being together with very inspiring people on the ground who were doing projects that I thought were really trying to raise awareness and address local environmental issues. I was sort of how to position myself within this and how to bring these very different approaches to understanding the natural environment around us and potentially also the future direction we're heading. And for me, I'd decided that the artistic program that I would develop with or for Crowther Lab would be a little bit stepping back and independent and trying to bring together not only artists and scientists, but actually local communities and those working on the ground together. And this is the result, Ecology X, which I am now in the process of starting in the new year, being able to facilitate a bit and bring together different forms of knowledge that exist. So very scientific and academic, modern science as I guess we know it, and at the same time, like bring together stories and bring together experiences and really, the local knowledge that exists from those who live on the land themselves. And how to bring this together on an equal footing and see that, like, what perspectives are existing and how can these different people, or these three different worlds, artists, scientists, and restoration specialists, but also local communities, how can they come together and work together actually to address, I would say, one of the biggest challenges facing us at the moment, which is the degradation of natural ecosystems. And I see a huge potential in sort of getting local communities more involved. I think scientists and academia have a lot to actually unlearn. I think they come with a very specific knowledge, but I feel very out of touch with what is happening on the ground, and vice versa. I think there's a lot that those working on the ground would appreciate to know actually what what is needed for the land in terms of when we think in terms of future predictions for this land. And I think there the scientific or academia can also contribute to this. So I'm curious to see a little bit. We will experiment with a small project next year, bringing together here in Switzerland with the local rural alpine community to see how members of this community could collaborate with scientists and artists, and seeing what comes out of it. Maybe it's a very utopian idea, or maybe I'm sort of in a bubble since 2 years about this, but I really see a potential, and I think there's a lot to be learned from bringing together these three worlds. So I think that's basically it. I also just put together, I know it was a lot of input, so and I can send this maybe to you, Adrian or Georgiana. I put some of my favorite resources at the moment that maybe to give a little bit more input into the direction I've been thinking the last years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tara, for this nice insights into your experiences and your work. I would open up the questions. Are there any questions of the participants? No.
I guess there's been a lot of input the last 2 days.
I have a question. You were talking a lot about, it's just more like a understanding question. If you talk about knowledge, what kind of knowledge do you mean? What can we imagine on the knowledge, like the knowledge of the, as you say, alpine rural communities, local rural communities? So.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really about also the practice-based knowledge, so those, and the lived experience, so those who have been living on the land and have seen it through their families and generations of families, seen the land change or not change. And I think this is always, I saw quite interesting, like what science or academia are predicting, and actually to understand what do the people living there and working on this land actually observe, or does that even correlate with what is being suggested for taking care of this land. So I would say the more around the those who have knowledge of working on the land practically or physically.
Just one thing, Tara, you can stop sharing and turn on camera if you want to.
Yeah, perfect. I'll do that.
Maybe I take the opportunity to say that there is a comment on the Facebook live stream from Tatiana Fyodorova, an artist, who says, great projects, and how these objects continue to live in public space or to belong to local communities after the projects. So it's not really clear if there is a question hidden there, but it's definitely a very appreciative comment, and thinking about how such projects continue to live in the community after their lifespan is
Yeah, and I think like that's something that I sort of experienced as well, like with the artists that I was meeting in many of these areas, they're themselves embedded within these communities. So it's not, that's what I find really tricky as well with some of the work that the lab is doing, is that, like, you know, they're also sharing scientific or ecological insights to specific regions. And I would like to see that there's more care taken around how this is done. So not necessarily coming and saying this is what needs to be planted and by when, but maybe also how we can get the community involved, how we can also educate them, since they, after, I would say the scientists or restoration specialists are maybe leaving, they are actually, left there to work and to continue this work on the land. And I think it's super important to find ways and languages and formats that they can do this work beyond, the scientists coming and going.
I think Cor had a question.
Can I?
Yeah.
Hi, Tara.
Hello.
I'm from Kolkata right now, so I'm so happy to hear you. And it's really like 5 days I was late and I didn't meet you in like when you were here in India, and so I can kind of totally relate. And while you are sharing, I suddenly found from my notebook, if anyone can see that, like this is from like
nice.
Yeah, it's a kind of part from a scroll painting. So it's like a tortoise and there is some other fish, and so it's from the same tradition what kind of you are sharing, and I can totally relate. Like, so I share one book for others, like if somebody interested to know that Tagore as a, because it's I kind of also mention in my this dialogue that he's one of the person who influenced all of us to that larger context. And the similar, I don't know, like if you, because your project is very similar things I have noticed over there, because in Shantiniketan, in the university, they have a tradition from the beginning that if once in a year, they have to plant a tree, which is like a part of the curriculum, much before the structural education system imposed over there in any way, because this land is not designed for just for a university, but a community exchange, cross-disciplinary practice. And like one of the professor who, like I work under him, this Sanchayan Ghosh, and he kind of initiated a program. I think it's in Bauhaus, in also in their archive, that Shantiniketan doesn't have any particular tree, so everything was implanted from somewhere else. And over the period, some of the plants, some of the tree is missing. So he kind of start like a mapping that different trees are kind of missing out from the land and ecology. And students are making different hairstyle, like hair, like knots. Like, so it's
interesting.
It's a very, I think I can share, it's in Bauhaus website, it's called Bauhaus Insta image. And there is called art practice in context of pedagogy. Like, and this particular project was been mentioned over there, like how it can be seen as a mapping again back, like we are talking today morning, the mapping as a technique. And this is very similar. So all relatable, like I can totally see, like, but do you have a time to come back, like in post pandemic time, like in
Yeah, I mean, this, we had, I mean, it's a bit surreal, because when I was also preparing the photos, I mean, to think this was in February of this year, for me, it's really feeling quite like some years ago that we were there. But the contributors, both, like also with Sanchayan, he was hosting us there, and we are now discussing how under the mango tree, where would it's going to be situated in the upcoming years. And we also in touch, it's probably, we're thinking to do it maybe in Puerto Rico with our partners and our friends over there. But at the same time, we are in touch with many of the students from Kalabavana still, whether it's on Instagram or Facebook, and trying to keep up a little bit of this connection. And we have to see post-pandemic.
Yeah, and I think you will, like, when you come back, probably this post-pandemic time, probably you're going to see a lot of changes. Like recent past, I went there, and if you remember, there is a canal connecting with. So it was very narrow road, but now it's really big because most of the trees uprooted because of urban development. So I hope you will come back and you have a new perspective, like, which is it's very important. I felt like while you were sharing this entire idea. Yeah. But good to hear you. Like finally I met over the screen. Yeah.
Over the screen, yeah.
Yeah.
Sadia has a question. So maybe she can answer, maybe Tara can answer your question about soldiers. Is Tara one of your soldiers?
No. Hi, Tara. Hi, Sadia. It was good to meet you during Nice. Summit, and yeah, good to see Nice you. to see you. Yeah, it was. It felt really great to hear all these local stories again from you and neighborhoods and everything. We were just talking about neighborhoods in the last presentation also. So it was great. But I mean, it's an obvious question. Maybe we also discussed about it when we were here in Dhaka and talking about this. While your research through this, artists connecting with environmental issues, ecology and everything, you could see more and more reactions were coming from artists rather than many, developing sectors. I mean, effective reactions. But did you had any section in your research or do you observe any possible, as you know, there are a lot of negatives, but the sustainability is a major challenge, though they have a lot of potential and dedication toward this kind of practices. Do you have any observation about that or inputs about, how these practices can sustain in the local realities? Oh, sorry, Sadia, it cut off. You can hear me?
Yeah,
now I can hear you. So how much did you hear?
I think it always cuts off when the essential part of the question comes.
Yeah. Yes. About observation. Would you be able to repeat? You can hear me right now?
Now I hear you, yeah.
Okay. So I was asking, do you have any observation about how this kind of collective practices can sustain themselves? The artist collectives who are, working with environmental issues, connecting ecological issues in their collective practice in the rural area, especially in Bangladesh. I mean, I would say that the two organizations that I spoke about and that I was spending time with have been working for quite a long time in their regions, and at the same time have also established not only a trust within the community, but also on a municipality level as well. And I saw that to be, I mean, maybe these were two very specific cases, but both Shantaron and also Gidri Bauli do have the support from I would say, a local political level as well for their work. And now also I know that with both of these sort of community gardening projects that I just shortly showed, I think it's also about collaborating also with foundations from the city and also from, I think, also abroad. And I just feel that it does take some time, but then I think the municipality are actually really seeing the potential of them having such a close relation with the community, that this also share of resources and trust also gives them, I would say, a little bit more agency in the work that they're doing. But I also think it's a very personal thing as well. I think the amount of years that they've been embedded and working with this community really shows for the way that their projects have been developed and the impact that some of these projects can have. Yeah. So long way to go, I guess, for the new collectives. Yeah, thank you for that. No worries. Thanks. Good to see you. No, carry on. Please. No, I think, and I just see that there's maybe a shift. I don't know now in Bangladesh, but I see there is really a shift and a willingness actually, also from a scientific side. I didn't really mention it clearly, but the Crowther Lab now is working with restoration groups. So those people, organizations, NGOs on the ground who are working to restore natural ecosystems. And they are also sort of a bit shifting the mindset outside of academia and outside of this institution to be able to, work with people on the ground. And I think it's just a matter of time till this is sort of, spreading a little bit, and that younger collectives or those who are doing the work, I think it's just a matter of crossing paths and maybe with Ecology X, our paths are crossing sooner than we think, hopefully. Yeah.
But like, can I? Yeah,
Yeah,
like
for
Sarah,
sure.
like, yeah, like, no, I'm just thinking, like, especially when it comes to archiving and restoration, and especially context of Shantiniketan and Kalabhavan, like, because you've been here and you have this, you felt what it is. It's by itself, it's a really tricky, because it designed to melt, it designed to like dissolve and evolve by its own nature. The moment you restrict, because now if you come back, you see so many walls, like it blocked the community to the university. And that's how it started, because they try to restore, system try to restore their own pedagogy, whatever they have, but that is not the case. Like, I'm just talking about Kalabhavan. It's a, so it's very, I think it's very sensitive, like how you deal with that. And because sometimes, because all the sculpture I'm looking at, especially you showed the house, right? This house is very important because probably in entire Shantiniketan, this is the only house, which is art history house, I think I saw.
Yeah.
And there's the only teacher, over there. Like, it's been known as sir, like they call sir. Otherwise, all other teachers they known as Dada. So when yesterday Adrian was sharing into Dada history, I was looking back and saying in Shantiniketan, Dada has a very different context. Like we communicate with our lecturers with Dada, like Adrian Dada, like like this way. Yeah, like so I'm thinking and I'm looking back, and it's a sensitive, like how you also going to restore, but like the entire thing, because
Yeah, totally. And I think this is maybe, yeah, I didn't speak about it too much in detail, like with Crowther Lab and with their programming of Restore, they are planning to restore. And at the same time, for me, Ecology X, I would say, is more focused on the social or community aspects around where restoration is happening. So for me, I think it's more interesting to, as you say, like, where are the sensitivities of what does it mean to involve the community around where restoration is happening? Because yeah, it's one thing to come and just plant the trees, but like when they're planted, like what's left, or who's been involved in this exchange, and who's going to continue to care for this land if it needs to be cared for in that way. And I think trying to create a little bit of a two-way conversation between those living in these areas where restoration should be taking place and those doing the restoration is something where we try to bridge the gap.
I think like it's going and coming back, it's in a very different direction. Like even while they're restoring the center, I'm looking back before and now, like the bicycle is one of the major tools over there to travel around. But if you come now, there are a lot of bikes and lots of carbon footprint. And the entire like weather, atmosphere, ecology change over the time because of so much heat is being produced, like air conditioning being installed, which is not at all the culture of that land. So much extra urbanizations, like over empowering. It's a mess. Like I can understand what you're trying to mean. Yeah, it's tricky, but like I hope it will figure out some point. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Tara, thank you for very inspiring practice. I actually I see a lot of potential in this learning by doing practices from the place itself that is really embedded in your practice and what you are you just described. But honestly, I'm quite skeptical about some issues, and that's related to the unlearning proposal. Because the way I see that from the Western, when we visit the South, for the reasons of learning from what is going on over there and to have some sort of clue about our situations now in the world, communities are very eager to share their knowledge and to be with us and to provide the space and the surroundings that we need. But and this is the question to you: how you see it in Zurich, in your space that you work with, this process of unlearning, when people from the South are coming, are there really scientists interested in changing their minds and in this learning by doing, or what are the strategies actually are you doing to do this double collaboration or this kind of talking? Because so far for me, that's the part that from my own experience is not really succeeding. It's always like from one side, and end up being very patronizing at the end, like when the communities come and then you made up a space here in the Western, but of course the environment is totally different. Just, do you know, I mean, how you proceed, or you have experience of that?
We're basically going to start in the new year with trying with this, but I must say, like at the moment, being embedded within this lab in Zurich, yeah, it's a constant, I would say, process of unlearning. I think the nature of the work of restoration in itself, it comes with, I would say, a lot of like critical elements or things to be very cautious and very sensitive towards what it means to say, okay, we are here in Zurich and we are saying actually what's needed or what's best for your land. And at the same time, there are sort of, I see really a potential with this lab because there are some small steps being taken in order to really consider a bit like whose land are we talking about and with whom are we going to be talking about. But I think right now it's a little bit early to say. As I said, like my experience in India and Bangladesh was completely at that time not related to to actual restoration work. But we start now with a very small project in 21 in Switzerland to start off with, just to see a little bit how this would be, because also in parts of Switzerland, in the more rural or alpine regions, it's also coming from a very, I would say, a different mindset or mentality than you can imagine in the city. And this is also something we need to try to find the right formats and the right language and the right methodologies to bring, a group of artists and a group of scientists and ecologists to these, even within Switzerland, coming from Zurich into these regions. We have to see, this is a little bit the experiment that we try now for next year, but I will be happy to share with you if we're successful. But I think like in general, with a lot of the artists, also with Damendra, who I'm speaking with really on a daily basis, it's also a process in itself of exchange, and it's a little bit like how can we maybe how to say it? I think it's really a personal and a very very much about this human connection, more than coming to speaking about who knows what about whose land. And I just think this, these sensitivities and the empathy that we are taking and the time to listen and try to actually not even understand, but just acknowledge that there are other ways of understanding and connecting with the natural environment. And I think this is something just through the last 1.5 years of being in this very institutional setting is, it takes work, but I think that I do see that there's a potential to continue and to be able to change a little bit the interaction of what's on the ground and what's in the institution. I keep you posted though.
Thank you, Dara. If I may jump in, Adrian, just to invite Koto. I think she wanted to ask a question, and our time is rapidly reaching an end.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It was really inspiring. I have enjoyed listening to you talking about combining traditional and modern knowledge. And I want to ask you that whether you have encountered political differences, because in my experience, when working with small local communities and working with traditional things, and sometimes conservation may be linked to conservative thinking. And I'm really curious if you have encountered this and how you dealt with it.
I mean, I would say I think it's something that I'm about to encounter. So right now we're researching different regions in Switzerland that we would potentially realize the first Ecology X project with. And I mean, when we're doing the research, I would say it's we're not 100% sure how to approach this. And as I just mentioned before to Juan, like it's also this topic of who's coming and like what is also the motivation of going to these villages. On one hand, you have this environmental and ecological, and what many think, okay, yeah, we are helping actually the land of this area. At the same time, you have to really consider who is there and what is the experiences that these communities or these people have been having. And at the moment, while I'm very optimistic, I see a potential in this. I'm also quite, I would say, nervous to see it, because I think that, like, yeah, it's a very maybe a naive or very maybe too utopian perspective that I have right now. And I think now, with the next few months of going really in Switzerland, I would say going out there, I think I will keep you posted how it's going. I think it's going to be a very interesting but also crucial exchange. And what I tried to do is that all the places that we're sort of researching now, we have someone that we know who's already not working but embedded or from these communities. So it's not just like we are coming as strangers from Zurich and saying we want to bring artists and scientists. And it's been through a series of conversations the last year that we found and identified these communities and see potentially that we could maybe do something there, but through knowing someone already embedded in the community to help us a bit to make this connection and a smoother transition.
Thank you. Is it the project you're doing with, what was his name, the Indian artist, Dharmendra Prasad? Dharmendra. And for him, you are actually researching Swiss rural communities, no?
A little, yes, slowly. That's also something we're trying to understand a little bit, the agrarian and pre-industrial farming techniques of Switzerland. But yeah, due to traveling, not restrictions, but just to get to some of the regions that we're looking in, it's been a bit tricky also with email and phone correspondence. We haven't been so successful. But this, we decided, is going to be sort of an ongoing project. But I am actually now, what I was referring with Kata was to Ecology X, that we would like to, with this pilot project next year, bring together artists, ecologists and a local community in Switzerland together to concretely come to some sort of project for the community.
And maybe on a more visionary utopian note, how do you see Ecology X working? Like, would be, because now you talk about this Swiss rural context, you talked about Bangladesh. Is it something that would be, I don't know, what would be the ideal function or working state of Ecology X?
Yeah, I think there's like two things. One is like to really prove that actually this triangle of like transdisciplinary working can become very productive and can be used for addressing environmental issues. It's not just about scientists or ecologists setting the tone, but there are other forms of knowledge around the environment that I think can contribute very much towards how we are addressing the climate crisis in the future. So trying to prove a bit this constellation or this transdisciplinarity of working from artists, ecologists, and those on the ground who have this experience. And at the same time to show, which is also linked a little bit and influenced from Crowther Lab's approach, where what happens locally on the ground, what impact that actually has on a global scale, so that by lots of small show that on a bigger scale, these smaller movements can have a global movement in the direction of addressing the climate crisis.
So it's more, one could say, a method and maybe less a kind of global organization that organizes the triangles. It's about kind of spreading a method, no?
Yeah, I would say that could be.
Okay. Are there any other questions in the group? Anne has one.
Yes, hi. I hope I don't sound too cryptical now, but I was wondering, when you were talking about the transdisciplinary working, and also in the beginning when you were saying that you use contemporary art as a tool, I was asking myself, like, do you think that, you know, like bringing science and art and the different fields together, does that create something new, or is it just like a feedback on the existing fields?
Yeah, I think this, I have to say, when I said contemporary art was a tool, was in 2019 in my motivation letter. And since then I have a very, I would say, yeah, a little bit more of a different approach to that, just based on, I would say, your critique as well right now. Because, yeah, I think with Ecology X, we want to actually bring these sort of thought processes and ways of thinking and thinking about one topic. So at this moment, environmental topics or restoration, but thinking about it from different thought processes and different practices. And I don't think, and this is something I would say I try to avoid as well, that in this constellation that the artists are communicating or translating or facilitating, I would like to try to bring equal sort of ways of thinking and practices on the table at the same time, and create sort of an equal footing of knowledge or of also thinking, which I think right now doesn't exist. I would say my experience is that scientists are thinking that artists are painting or making beautiful reproductions of their research, and this is what I would like to avoid. And I think also with local communities, I think that artists should translate or be in the middle, which when I was in Bangladesh, there were no scientists involved in many of the projects I presented. It was really artists working with local communities. And at the same time, some of these members or some of these artists were saying it would be interesting also with Dharmendra, we speak also, it's quite interesting to bring a modern scientific perspective and try to think out loud, or try to also exchange with them what is like the rural or this very land-based knowledge that exists. And I think that I see a potential in when you bring together, these different types of knowledges, including an artistic practice, including this thought process, what it means to address or to think, not only in futuristic ways, but also in very practical ways. I think there are a lot of artists working at this practice who I think sitting at the table would be able to maybe think about solutions and ways of community engagement that currently don't exist.
Thank you very much, Tara. I'll ask one last time if there is a question. No? Maybe I can force somebody to say something. No. Thank you very much, Tara. Also to the participants for asking questions, for challenging Tara's idea and her project. This is the end of the public speakers part, which we culminated here with Ecology X, and also the end of our 2 days together for the moment. I'll thank you again, Tara, and I'll hand over to my bosses, Diana and Georgiana.
Thank you so much, Tara, and thank you all the guests who were with us today and yesterday. Today we had Ibrahim, Nehme, Joanna Warsza, and Tara Lasrado. And yesterday we had artists Heba Amin, Carlos Morales, and Zeng Bo. And I think that somehow, Adrian, in a way, the 2 days, I think they were connected very interestingly in terms of the topics and the themes that went through one presentation to the other. And this is all thanks to you and the wonderful choice of guests that you came up with. And yeah, we thank everybody who participated in the discussion, the audience on Facebook, but also the participants to the school. Now we have ahead of us a full week of working together. And I take the opportunity to remind everybody that on the 30th, at 6 p.m. Romania time, we will have the last public presentation of the School of Curating. So it will be a good opportunity to also see the results and the reflection that the participants involved in during this school. Thank you again so much. I hand over to Georgiana, and see you soon again.
Thank you. I think we've seen so many examples of practices that can inform our own during these 2 days, and examples that urge us to reflect as curators, as researchers or artists, as neighbors as well, on the ways in which we can engage in the new now. And I thought that today's talks were not just informative and thought-provoking and full of insights, but as well as inspiring and moving. And I say this for myself, but also by following the questions and the comments on our live stream and in the group. So thank you very much for this. I see these ideas that came up also as some kind of friendly provocations to stretch out even more these porous boundaries of curatorial and artistic practice towards and through journalism, activism, community, and public acts. And I look very much forward to see how they will coagulate during the next week for the part of the seminar of the Autumn School of Curating. And yes, to see if they will result in a transdisciplinary project, maybe in a dance, will it be a poem, or to use Ibrahim Nehme's words, will it be a song or a spell? So thank you very much, Adrian, for bringing together this wonderful, this very inspiring group of artists and curators, for such a great dramaturgy and also moderation. And yes, I would like also to thank both the teams of Art Encounters Foundation and the Cluj Cultural Center, and our Zoom and Facebook wizards. I look forward to seeing you next week on the 30th. So this is on Monday, between 6 and 8 p.m. again on Zoom and on Facebook to see the presentation of the new now. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a very good evening.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.